Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Hughes. I'm the Vice Chair of the Cobb County Planning Commission, and it's my pleasure to introduce or to welcome you to our October 3rd, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. We will get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then staff will go over the zoning procedures for today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. John, if you could go over the zoning procedures for the hearing today.
And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to say good morning to the folks in the audience and the folks watching on TV. Today's hearing will follow the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. And we ask that when the case is called, the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if anyone here is opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After that, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in to present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on the case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the Planning Commission will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold or continue with the matter at hand. And for today's hearing, there is one case on today's printed agenda, which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z31 of 2023, Dwell Communities LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard. Mr. Vice Chair and Board, there are two cases on today's printed agenda that are going to be continued. First case is rezoning case Z40 of 2023, Atlanta Remediation Group LLC. They are continued by the staff until the November 7th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z40 will not be heard today. And secondly, rezoning case Z43 of 2023, Suhail Kazani was continued by the staff until the December 5th, 2023 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z43 will not be heard today. And I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone, as when the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Monday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair and Board, I do have one request before we start the consent agenda for an early head count. For rezoning case Z30, Quick Trip Corporation, can I get a show of people here by hand and stand up that are opposed to rezoning case Z30? Got 5 opposed. Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z30? Please stand up and raise your hands. No. Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support. And before we start the consent agenda, Mr. Vice Chair and Board, the staff's going to pull rezoning case Z42 of 2023, William and Lydia Taku, together with this companion special land use permit, SLEP 7 of 2023, William and Linda Taku off consent. And we're just going to put that in its regular hearing order for today. Okay, Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for October 3rd, 2023. First case on consent is rezoning case Z35 of 2023. Suzanne Lamont Brown and Barbara Lamont Kilgore request rezoning from NS to R20 for a single family residence in land lots 486, 516, and 517 of the 18th district. The property is located on the northeast side of the intersection of Oak Ridge Road and Blairsburg Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, Planning Division comments and recommendations. Number 2, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 4, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. And number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicants are here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z35? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z36 of 2023, Mychester Inc. requests a rezoning from R20 to LRO for an office in land lot 15 of the 17th district. The property is located on the east side of Austell Road, north of Hicks Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, the district commissioner to approve the final site plan. Number two, the district commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number three, adherence to the Austell Road design guidelines. Number four, adherence to landscape enhancement strip regulations. Number five, a landscaping plan to be approved by the county arborist. Number six, fire department comments and recommendations. Number seven, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number eight, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number nine, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z36?
No.
Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
On this particular case, I'd like to include another zoning stipulation related to hours of construction for this project. And I'm proposing that hours of construction Monday through Friday be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and then on Saturdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. Okay, next case is rezoning case Z37 of 2023. Jose Juan Merez and Graciela Tapia Merez request a rezoning from NS to NRC for retail commercial in land lot 132 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Pat Mill Road, west of Favor Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received on August 3rd, 2023, with the district commissioner approving the final plan. Number two, the district commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number six, no outdoor storage or outdoor displays of merchandise. And number seven, no automotive repair or sales. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z37?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed.
All right, similarly to the last case, I'd like to include a stipulation on hours of construction. Again, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays.
Thank you. Okay, last case on consent is rezoning case Z41 of 2023. Isaac Watson requests a rezoning from R30 to NRC for an office in land lot 144 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Dallas Highway, west of Mars Hill Road. Staff recommends deletion to R30 with a limited professional services permit, subject to the following conditions. Number one, for this applicant in use as a professional office for a plumbing business only. Number two, no outdoor storage. Number three, no heavy equipment. Number four, all vehicles must be parked in striped parking spaces on a hardened surface. Number five, 20-foot landscape buffer to be planted adjacent to all residentially zoned properties. Number six, signage to be approved by the district commissioner. And number seven, revised Cobb DOT comments dated September 27th, 2023. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z41?
No.
Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
All right, the Vice Chair will entertain a motion to consider our consent agenda with revisions included.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Dance. I'll call the question, or are there any discussion? Call the question. Motion approves 4-0.
Okay, all those folks that were just approved on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. Thank you. Okay, moving into the held or continued cases from last month. First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z15 of 2023, SDP Acquisitions LLC request a rezoning from R20, RA4, GC, ONI, NS, and OS to PVC and OS for mixed use, which includes townhomes, multifamily, office, retail, and warehouse in land lots 364, 365, 428, and 429 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Chastain Road and on the west side of Chastain Meadows Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? Four. Okay, let the record show there's 4 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
There it is. That button. That's quite all right. Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant, Strategic Development Partners, in this application for rezoning. It involves approximately 60 acres located at the intersection of Chastain Road and Interstate 575. As you can see from the slide that you're looking at, we've highlighted the property for you. This is property that a couple of years ago came in for rezoning as well. And this project, again, this is a 60-acre tract. What's important to note from my standpoint for you today is this property is bounded on the left by Interstate 575. Along the north side of this property is bounded by Chastain Road, which is a parkway. It's a median divided parkway of multiple lanes on Chastain Road across the north. And lastly, it's bounded along its eastern property edge by Chastain Meadows Parkway, also a divided median parkway connecting Chastain Road through Big Shanty all the way to Barrett Parkway. So that's what dominates from a transportation standpoint and a road network, but also what dominates how this property, in our opinion, should and appropriately be developed. Turning also to the actual zoning categories that we're seeking here. This property on the left-hand side shows in the various colors the various zoning categories that this property currently is held. It's in the Community Activity Center. It has general commercial zoning along Chastain Road along the top. It has R20 zoning along I-575. It has O&I zoning in the middle. And then the green that you see along the right-hand side is OS. That's office services zoning. A good portion of this property is already zoned office services. In fact, 11.5 acres of it is. To the right on your screen is showing how we are proposing for development of this property. And that is to roughly divide it in half. You have just over 25 acres shown in pink that we're proposing for a planned village community, a PVC zoning. And then the balance of the property, about 35 acres, is proposed for an office services development there as you proceed down Chastain Road going to the south. Importantly, on the south side of this property, the property that's not been developed quite yet, it will be in for development. Flipping back, you'll see that undeveloped property on our south. That is also zoned office services. Across Chastain Road from this property, that entire quadrant from Chastain Road going all the way south to Big Shanty, which is that other major road you see there, you see all of that development. That is office services. Going down Chastain Road again, south of Big Shanty, again, office services. Office services as a zoning category dominates Chastain Meadows Parkway because that's what Chastain Meadows Parkway was built for when it was constructed. It is OS zoning and OS development, the entirety of Chastain Meadows Parkway going to Chastain Road. Turning now to our site plan itself, I want to highlight some of the features for you for this. First, starting from the top, which is Chastain Road, I-575 on the left, you'll see the PVC that we have site planned and designed for this project. The PVC contains a retail component portion that's in the middle per PVC ordinance and guidelines. The retail portion of a PVC should be contained in the center with residential to the outside.
There we have proposed about 30,000 square feet or so of retail that will be dominated, really, we think, by local restaurant offerings and local retail shops, but primarily local restaurant offerings. And you'll also see within that retail section in the middle that fronts on Chastain Road at the top, there's quite a bit of green area. That's a plaza feature for outdoor experiences for those visiting and dining at those restaurants. Then that is then circled by 141 townhomes that have been laid out and designed specifically to interconnect, provide access to, direct pedestrian access to the retail as well. There's restaurant offerings there. And again, you'll notice throughout the townhome portion, those townhomes are designed so that there is shared green space, yard space, green space, enjoyable space that lies between those buildings that's actually significant as well. Moving to the left on this site plan, please note that that is a age-restricted, senior age-restricted building of 200 units that is adjacent to 575. It likewise has full slate of amenities and age-restricted 55 years and above at that location. Moving to the OS, we have 3 OS buildings that we've designed for the OS portion of this that only access out to Chastain Meadows. The total square footage of those 3 buildings is 365,000 square feet. Please note the DRI, the Development of Regional Impact study that was done. When we went through that study process, we had proposed 425,000 square feet of total office services space there. The balance of the property I want to really highlight in the middle. That is between the PVC and the OS portions of this property, you'll see a big green belt. That's a 100-foot buffer that will contain an 8 to 12-foot berm fully planted to really separate the residential uses from the office services uses. We've incorporated that into our plan to contain that buffer. Also want to note that in staff's recommendation of approval, they recommended a buffer of 50 feet. We have doubled that in this instance here. Now getting a little bit more granular in the details, we have proposed these townhomes, 141 total townhomes. We provided for the elevations. This will be a townhome development by Ashton Woods, one of our premier residential builders in Cobb County and metropolitan Atlanta. These do have a rental restriction so that the rental is capped at no more than 10%. They are fully accessible and walkable to the retail development as well as interconnecting with the trail system coming up Chastain Meadows. We've also had the designs provided to us by our age-restricted residential partner. Again, age-restricted up 55 years and older. We have 200 units and as well as dedicated green space for them to enjoy, as well as amenities and a full slate of amenities that are being provided that are designed for that specific age group: pool, clubhouse, pickleball courts, gym, all designed specifically for those residents. We also have the retail and dining aspects, and again, want to show you how that will evolve and how that will look so that there's an engagement with that plaza area to provide for what we think will be an outstanding dining experience both inside and outside for people to enjoy, those coming to this site and those that live on this property as well. The office services component, again, a total of 365,000 square feet split into those 3 buildings. We have provided for detailed designs of these buildings that are designed to mirror the existing office services buildings that are along Chastain Meadows, which I pointed out to you earlier. Those buildings do have truck courts. Those buildings are similar in height. This is very compatible to the look and nature, which is what we gained and obtained from our very vigorous outreach campaign with the community. Had multiple meetings over a long period of time, almost a year now, of meetings that undertook this project to get to this point. And to even further explain the point, because I really think that the office services portion of this project is the one that has drawn the attention. And this is a screenshot of Big Shanty and Chastain Meadows. You see Chastain Meadows driving south from Big Shanty along the top. All of those properties are zoned office services and developed. And what you can note as to each of these buildings going down, there's truck courts. Those are truck courts. That's what these buildings are designed for. That's what we have mirrored as well with our project. So to suggest that this area is residential is false. Chastain Meadows, the entirety of Chastain Meadows, from Chastain Road going south, all the way to Barrett, all the way till you get closer to Barrett Parkway, is dominated by OS properties, OS development. The only residential along that entire stretch is an apartment complex. That's the only residential south of Chastain Road.
1 minute.
Thank you, Brian. South of Chastain Road. What we have done with our plan, though, in our meetings, and to be able to develop a strategy here that we think does meet with what the community overall really wanted, and that is to have a PVC at the front along Chastain Road, because there's residential directly across Chastain Road. This enables this project to combine both providing for a genuine planned village community along the front with an OS component along the back that is designed specifically to mirror what Chastain Meadows was built for and constructed for, and what those existing zonings are that completely surround this property. We have had a very detailed DRI review process that ended in the Atlanta Regional Commission recommending approval, as well as recommendation of approval from your staff, and we are in agreement with all of their comments and conditions, as well as those that were arriving from the DRI results. With that, we would respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the opposition now.
Mr. Chairman, if you could remind all the speakers today that the timer is not working, so I am keeping time on my phone, and I will give everyone a 1 minute warning.
Thank you. As was just mentioned by our counsel, the timer's not working today, so he will be giving you a 1 minute
give us
warning.
times?
Yeah. So if you could state your name for the record.
Yes. I am Dr. Marge Economopoulos. I'm a professor emeritus from KSU. I live right across the street from Chastain in the residential section. I got a letter that I was one of the impacted community, and so I'm here to speak in behalf of the trees. Most developments, as I understand it, they cut down all the trees and then they plant a few. Trees provide oxygen to us. We breathe oxygen. They absorb carbon dioxide, helping the environment, the noise. There's a list of many things good that our trees will help us with. Every day on the news, there's a flood in New York City. Trees help maintain water and keep us cooler. The environment is really important. I was sitting in my backyard. This is my backyard. And we were talking about what a comfortable, wonderful place we live. A lot of the environmental things say, please help us with the environment, plant a tree. Well, we have 57 acres of trees. Please don't clear cut the trees. The density is very high in this development, and we need more to keep as many as possible of our trees.
Thank you.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tulin Avard, and I'm with the Bells Ferry Civic Association. I'm here representing area subdivisions and residents. We are here today to ask that you deny this rezoning request as it currently stands. As already stated by the Atlanta Regional Commission, the site plan is too intense. As we all know, developers will ask for more than they require in anticipation that the development will be reduced to a more realistic intensity by the county. The BFCA appreciated meeting with the applicant several times over the past 9 months in order to come to a mutually acceptable agreement on a PVC OS development. Although we generally like the PVC portion, we have serious concerns regarding the actual use of the OS site, as well as deforestation, traffic noise, and the ultimate end use of the property. The BFCA was very clear with the applicant from the beginning that we would only agree to office service facilities, no distribution facilities, that were similar to the other office service facilities along Chastain Meadows. None of them are 24/7, and all of them operate Monday through Friday during normal business hours. In contrast, these are proposed industrial warehouse distribution facilities, which will operate 24/7, and each building will contain 30 loading docks. In 2021, an Amazon distribution warehouse was given the permission to be built on the corner of Chastain Meadows and Big Shanty without any public input. This 30-acre wooded property owned by Scannell is located immediately south and connected to the Z15 property. Due to an economic downturn, Amazon pulled out, as did FedEx. However, Scannell now has the property advertised as industrial warehouse distribution facilities for lease, with 2 available buildings totaling over 445,000 square feet, and together there'll be over 100 truck loading docks. These are intense industrial warehouses that will operate 24/7, which, as we said, none of the other office service buildings in the area do. If Z15 is approved, there will be almost a million square feet of speculative warehouse space on 60 mostly impervious acres, leaving just 25 acres for residential and retail. In addition, neither Strategic nor Scannell have agreed to the office service facility stipulation, which states, quote, no more than 85% of the total gross floor area can be used for storage, end quote. Warehouses are not a permitted use under the OS Office Service District zoning category, which is located in the future land use plan of a community activity center. Clearly, all 5 warehouses belong in an industrial zoned area and not in a CAC, which provides for areas to meet the immediate needs of several neighborhoods and communities. This is an environmentally sensitive area, which is why county staff noted under specific area policy guidelines that in order to protect environmentally sensitive properties around Noonday Creek and the regional detention facility on Chastain Meadows Parkway, the BOC has established a CAC along Chastain Meadows Parkway. The BOC will only consider office-type uses, as opposed to office and distribution-type uses, along Chastain Meadows Parkway in land lots 427 and 428, which is in the area of buildings B and C on the submitted site plan. The Scannell warehouse will be bigger than Strategic 3 warehouses, which, according to Kimley Horn Traffic Analysis Report, will alone generate over 2,000 vehicle trips a day, many of these commercial trucks. Now the Scannell warehouse will add at least another 2,000 vehicle trips, potentially resulting in over 4,000 commercial vehicle trips a day traveling up and down Chastain Meadows and Chastain Road. Area residents and KSU students will be forced to share the roads with thousands of commercial trucks and vans on a daily basis and put up with a substantial increase in air and noise pollution, which will result in lower property values and quality of life. And there's no guarantee that any of these warehouses will not become distribution centers, which will greatly increase commercial traffic even more. Chastain Road is already very busy and in dire need of repair, and there's no funding to widen the remaining stretch of Big Shanty Road. How will the area road accommodate all the additional heavy truck traffic? It certainly doesn't sound like a fair deal to the residents of Cobb County. Clear-cutting 57 undeveloped wooded areas is unacceptable to us. This is one of the last forested areas in District 3, and to clear cut would cause a massive heat island, not including the heavily forested 175-acre Rock-Rich Nature Preserve and Wildlife Sanctuary located 3 miles south of Z15, which will soon be completely clear-cut for development. Within an 8-mile radius from this location, we already have or soon will lose over 150 acres of wooded property that we can never regain. How can this be an acceptable practice in this day and age? The DRI report states, quote, retention of additional wooded areas, including a substantial buffer along I-575, would be supportive of regional environmental policies, as well as the county's Green Print Plan for conserving land of environmental value. The Green Print Plan refers to Cobb County's ARC Green Policy Program. Please uphold the county's green policy. We agree with the DRI report that having a large established wooded area is an asset and needs to be incorporated into the site plan. Forest area needs to remain throughout the development, especially a 100-foot undisturbed tree buffer along I-575 or a sound barrier of at least 30 feet needs to be constructed. Sound barriers were added several years ago along the rest of the stretch of interstate because traffic noise already exceeded NAC impact threshold noise levels of 66 decibels in 2017. Over 99,000 vehicles travel past this piece of property on a daily basis. The BFCA will not compromise on the entire removal of all the wooded areas. Intense deforestation will cause drainage, erosion, and sedimentation concerns, as well as noise, air, and visual pollution to the PVC and surrounding neighborhoods. The county needs to ensure that some sort of protection is left in place for the residential portion of the proposed PVC and for area residents. In regard to the berm between the OS and PVC area, this is not a cohesive plan, and the warehouses certainly do not provide the step-down zoning that is needed against a residential area. Therefore, at minimum, a larger buffer should be required between the two areas, 150, and the existing mature trees should remain for health and aesthetic concerns. It would also increase the marketability of the residential component. No one wants to see warehouses and trucks and be exposed to their cancer-causing emissions. An 8 to 12-foot high berm with small plantings of evergreens will take years to mature and will not hide the 37-foot high warehouses from the residential and retail area, even if graded on a slope. Furthermore, due to the pitch of the berm, it is very difficult for landscaping to be added and maintained on the sides. The berms either fill up with weeds or bare dirt, as we've witnessed elsewhere in the immediate area, and it's shown on the overhead. The applicant has not satisfied the open space requirement, and the majority of open space appears to be created simply by space left over after planning rather than intentionally designed. In addition, the applicant is trying to increase lot yield by adding 0 lot lines in the residential areas. This will decrease the marketability of the townhomes, as well as building the majority of the townhomes with parking garages in the front of the property with no space for a yard or even a tree. Other than a small village green, there's very little usable and functional open space, nor are there any walking trails. The applicant's multi-use trails are in reality required sidewalks. Cobb County is lacking in housing, not warehouses. There are currently over 80 available warehouse and industrial listings for rent in Cobb County. The ARC projects Cobb will have 1 million residents by 2050. To accommodate that growth, the county needs to add 46,000 housing units annually. But Knights of the County has been adding just 3,000 units annually. The applicant's prime motive is to build industrial warehouses, not a PVC. The PVC area is as small as allowed, 25 acres. The PVC area needs to be enlarged and the OS area decrease in size and operate as office service facilities and not as industrial 24/7 warehouses. In summary, the BFCA and area residents who attended the community meeting appreciate the dialogue we've had with the applicant, but more work needs to be done on the site plan before it can be approved. When we originally met with the applicant, we informed the buildings would be office-like in nature, not operate 24/7, and they would keep 100-foot undisturbed buffer trees against I-575 in between the OS and PVC. That turned out not to be the case. We now realize that these are industrial warehouses rather than office service facilities, and these speculative warehouse distribution facilities belong in the industrial zoned area of the county, as they are too intense and detrimental to residents' quality of life and health. This is not an industrial area. This is a residential corridor with established subdivisions over here long before any commercial entities.
30 seconds.
All of this will adversely impact the property value, standard of living, and quality of life for area residents. For this reason, we ask that you recommend denial of the proposed application as it has been presented. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay. There's no other opposition. This case is in District 3, and we will hand it over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
If I can ask Mr. Moore to come back, please. Hi.
Good morning.
Morning. There were a lot of balls in the air recently, so maintaining control of them is a difficult thing.
Sure.
Can you tell us the status of the warrant study for the intersection across the street from Chastain Lakes currently that would also enter into this development?
Yes. And we've highlighted it just for reference for those, because you're extremely familiar. But you've highlighted it there at the top of our site plan along Chastain Road. That's a proposed main entrance into the PVC. It aligns with the entrance into the residential subdivision across the street. That's on Chastain Road. What came out of the DRI, which is heavily reviewed by traffic engineers as well as our plans, was to install a new traffic signal there. That would be paid for in full by the applicant, by Strategic, as well as numerous other road improvements that were detailed in the DRI, as well as detailed by Cobb DOT, all of which have been agreeable to the applicant Strategic. That traffic signal, I'm kind of going deeper than you, I'll answer your question, but just for those that don't know, a new traffic signal has to be warranted. There's a specific warrant study. That's a term of art in the DOT world. Warrant study means you do a study to determine whether a traffic signal at this particular location is warranted. And there's a number of criteria and thresholds that have to be met. If those are met, the traffic signal is warranted and is appropriate. That's a very specific study. You have an overall traffic impact study that's been completed on numerous levels as part of this process. A traffic signal warrant study is a separate study that's undertaken. That has been undertaken. My understanding is it's a week or so out from being finally completed. That would then have to be submitted to Cobb DOT for their review as well. I think it's important to note that both the applicant, Cobb DOT, as well as the results from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and Greta, who becomes heavily involved in this, all did recommend that traffic signal at that location if it met warrants. We believe it will, and we want it to. So, and we will be paying for it in full as well.
Okay, and I just want to make a general comment there is that there are individuals who are not present here, but who are represented in emails that we've received that are, believe that to be a critical component, and that would comport with what your clients believe as well. Is that right?
That's right. We believe it's critical as well.
Okay. And so as long as I'm asking you about DOT matters, on Chastain Meadows, can you describe the ingress off of, first of all, off of Chastain Road, ingress and egress that would be
Yes.
occurring? Can you do Chastain Road and then do Chastain Meadows, please?
I sure can. I sure can. So I'm just going to kind of start at Chastain Road, coming from I-575. The first access point is a right in, right out. It's a divided highway at that point where Chastain Road is. Oh, thanks for the help. Yeah, where the cursor is. That's a right in, right out, allows access into the retail townhomes as well as access to the age-restricted community. The second access point is the one that's highlighted with the red circle. That's the one we were just discussing. That's a full access, which would be signalized per the warrant study. Moving to the intersection of Chastain Road, I'm kind of moving to the right, intersection of Chastain Road and Chastain Meadows. We are also doing work at that intersection as it relates to the right-hand turn lane from Chastain Road onto Chastain Meadows, and some other features there where we're improving the functionality and operational aspect of that intersection as part of this project.
So can you describe that?
The best way for me to describe that would be we are within the right-of-way. The way it's been explained to me is softening some of those turns so that the right-hand turn from Chastain Road to Chastain Meadows can be made. If trucks need to make that turn and other cars making that turn, it's not such an abrupt 90-degree turn, but it curves it more and softens it so that cars and trucks can maneuver that better and more safely. As well. So that involves both the mitered corner there as well as potentially with the median that's in place there on Chastain Meadows. So those are recommendations. I'm sure DOT could be much more specific on that aspect of it, but that's the point of the intersection improvements there. We also have an access point.
And excuse me, those are intersection improvements that your client is committed to making, is that
Yes,
right?
all of what I'm describing is being paid for 100% in full by Strategic.
Okay.
The next access point coming down Chastain Meadows south from Chastain Road, that's an existing access that serves, there's a medical office building, Piedmont Healthcare is located at the corner. That access exists and it'll continue to exist and it'll feed into this project as well, into the PVC portion only. The final access point is south on Chastain Meadows, where the cursor is now. Now that access point is the sole access point for the office services portion of this proposal. That access point, however, is restricted. I'll describe it by, it's full access to enter, meaning you can enter from Chastain Road right in, and you can enter from coming up Chastain Road from the south, a full left in. That way, we're really encouraging where that is for our trucks and by staff's recommendation as well and DOT's recommendation for truck traffic to access this site and this project from the Big Shanty area from the south, come up and take a left-hand in. Primarily, though, the restriction occurs that from that access point, left outs are prohibited. That is, so any trucks and vehicles exiting the OS portion of this property have to take a right out, and that will encourage that traffic, all exiting traffic, to go away from Chastain Road, which is important. That came out of our extensive traffic review process by Greta and by Cobb DOT and by our traffic engineer as well. So that's the restriction that'll be at that location.
Okay, have, to your knowledge, discussions occurred as to how to make sure that the no left turn is prevented there.
Yes, there's a specific way you can design at that intersection, that the right out, essentially, which is the only way you can go out, is really designed, you may have heard something called an R-cut type of design, where the only way to get out is you have to go right. You can't go out to the left. There is no maneuverability there to go to the left. So it's not just painted on the ground with a sign, in other
Okay,
words.
so that would be designed into the exit.
It's designed into that exit specifically, correct. And we show that design there as well in our
You show it.
fully engineered site plan, yes.
Okay.
It's just colored.
Difficult to see.
Well, it's colored, and it is a 60-acre site, so some of the,
Okay, but it's an actual buffer to prevent a
that's correct.
left-hand turn out.
In other words, the exit out from the OS portion of the development, the exit out is a lane that just curves to the right out onto Chastain Meadows. So there's not an ability to pull straight ahead and go left.
Okay.
There's no pavement there, so to speak. There'll be either curbing or something else that'll prohibit that.
Okay.
You've heard of a pork chop, that.
I've heard of
There's
that.
something very specific that's put in place there.
Okay.
It's designed. And DOT notes that in their comments as well,
Right.
specifically, which we are in agreement with.
Yes, I think there are some concerns about safety especially on that roadway. Concerns about safety with the project altogether, but especially there and at the intersection where we're talking about the signal.
Right, and those have all been noted and with specific resolutions to any concerns.
Right.
By Greta noted those in the DRI review and said specifically, these are the recommendations that they came up with to make sure those are addressed. In other words, so that it's not an issue. Same with that particular location for this access, so that there's not an issue. This is what's implemented to do that. That's what the traffic review is done by both Cobb DOT, Georgia Regional Transportation Authority, Atlanta Regional Commission, traffic engineers, our independent traffic engineer. That's what has been the result of this review process by over half a dozen separate professional traffic engineers to specifically go through a list of recommendations, which is why you have a development of regional impact. You go through that process. It's very detailed and very reviewed.
Right. So, but for the citizens who don't have the benefit of having read everything you've read,
Sure.
can you describe what the traffic impact is on the residential retail area and on this OS area?
When you say the traffic impact on
So, I mean, how many trips a day are we talking about? And
I'd have to pull the study. I wouldn't want to,
right.
I'd have to pull the study and look at that for that level of detail in terms of the number of trips and the ins and outs and what the context of that would be. Suffice to say, this traffic study was first introduced at the beginning of this year, undertaken by a professional traffic engineer as part of the DRI, the Development of Regional Impact process that takes place at the Atlanta Regional Commission. That study is received by the Georgia Regional Transportation Authority as part of that process. It's reviewed by their professional traffic engineers. There's comments, there's updates. It's also reviewed by Cobb County Department of Transportation. They provide comments that are then updated and incorporated into that overall traffic study. And that process also involves all your local jurisdictions as well, so that the idea being that you have the jurisdictions and the various agencies, when you have a development of regional impact, talking to each other and coordinating with each other based on these studies. All of that analysis is done and provided and updated, and it results in the recommendations that were made by
Sure, I'm just
the
talking
DRI.
about, do we
So-
have data so that the average person in the area knows what the impact is? And
Sure,
if-
there's that data.
On that, okay, we might need to get to that.
Sure.
But on that point, the office services area, can you speak to the question of whether or not these are industrial warehouses or what exactly they are? Because I think that my understanding is they don't have prospective tenants currently, is that right?
Sure. All right, these buildings as proposed under office services zoning category, which as I showed in my presentation, the entirety of Chastain Meadows is zoned office services with these type of buildings, okay? So what we're proposing is no different. Office services as a zoning category is not an industrial category. So now, what it does allow for is wholesale trade and distribution facilities. That's a specific permitted use. And it's the specific permitted use and allowed use under OS, office services, for all the other buildings along Chastain Meadows. That's why they have truck courts, which I showed, okay? This is not proposed for industrial. Could it be wholesale trade and distribution uses? Sure. That could be one of the uses that's there. It can also be one of the variety of other uses that are allowed in office services, which sometimes are office showrooms, which sometimes are trade offices, which sometimes are other types of uses that are allowed within office services. What's not allowed is manufacturing, i.e. industrial. So could it be those? Yes, absolutely. Just like the other buildings across the street, the buildings south of it.
So, okay, and now particularly with that area, I mean, how about the hours of operation? What's the proposal there?
Sure. Number one, the hours of operation, we are allowed to operate 24 hours. We're not proposing a time limit. What we have agreed to, however, is staff's recommendation. Staff's recommendation included a recommendation that outside activity be eliminated or not allowed between, I think it's 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So there is some limitations on what can be done that we've agreed to with staff, as well as no idling of trucks with those hours as well. So we've agreed to some limitations on what can be done based on the hours of operation, but we're not going to hurt the marketability of these and make it non-competitive with the rest of the buildings along Office Services Chastain Meadows Parkway and make it non-competitive by putting a restriction on us that would render it uncompetitive. The others don't have that.
But you have agreed to that limitation?
Yes, the staff's
Right.
limitation, that's correct.
Okay.
And understand, office services is across Chastain Meadows from this property all the way to Chastain Road. Office services.
So I know that there was a discussion earlier about could you reduce the size of those building structures, whatever you want to call them, warehouses.
Sure.
Has that discussion been had?
It has, and I mentioned in the DRI, the site plans that you submit and the concept plans that you submit with the DRI, you want to make sure that you are capturing from a traffic study standpoint and an analysis standpoint a maximum number of what could be done, so that all of that analysis and recommendations take that into account. We had proposed at that point in time, and in our initial applications, it was for 425,000 square feet total for the three buildings. That's been reduced, and we're now down to 365,000 total across the three buildings, with the smallest building that's 105,000 square feet, the one that's out on Chastain Meadows. The other two are back up to 575.
Okay, so let's talk about trees, because
Sure.
there's citizen concerns about that, and I think that the official reports also recognize that this is one of the last tracts of land with a lot of trees.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your clients' measures, either to, engage in any tree save or not engage in any tree save?
Sure.
What's happening with that?
So I'm going to point to, first, on the OS portion of the property, you'll see through the middle of it, there is a stream there, and a good deal of that.
So where are you pointing to?
If I could get the cursor, you see where the two ponds are located on the
Yes.
south? Okay, and then
Yes.
there's all that green area between there and the entry road going up. So most of that will be left undisturbed. Of that area will be undisturbed. It's impacted by a stream, and that will be left largely undisturbed beyond just the stream buffer areas.
So how much was the acreage of that?
I would roughly say it's not insignificant. Maybe 5. I'll get you that number. Let us pull that. But it's
Okay.
not insignificant as far as that goes. And certainly, our idea behind the 100-foot buffer with a berm is so that we can create a visible, good buffer for that. that will stand the test of time, to create some height as well. To the extent we can work with Cobb County staff and your Cobb County arborists to identify areas within that maybe serve that purpose with existing vegetation, to the extent it actually provides buffer. A lot of this vegetation on this property is pines. That's not much of a buffer. But what we would want to do is work with them, and we can certainly identify additional areas for that.
Okay, well, let me ask you if preliminarily y'all would be willing to meet with the arborist and also the professor who spoke here today to
Sure,
talk
be
about
happy
trees.
to. We've been very happy to meet with anybody and have met
Yeah, I
multiple
mean, I
times.
just think that
Yeah,
that
of
makes
course.
good community sense.
Sure.
So we could do that. Okay, and so do you have an indication of what types of businesses are going into those 3 buildings or not?
It would be a combination of what I just described.
Okay.
It could be wholesale trade and distribution. It could be office showrooms, trade showrooms. What
Okay.
you see going down Chastain Meadows that are in the other OS buildings, that's what they're designed for.
Right.
These buildings are designed so that they can be subdivided to smaller, tenant or larger tenant within the same building. So that's how they're designed.
Okay, so the intent, though, is that you have 2 designated zoning areas, but that's a standalone, and that there's not an intent for an interface to occur between the residential community and the OS, right?
That's correct. It's 2 separate.
Okay, and so there's a question that had arisen about the storage space in those. In accordance with the code, you would comply with the code as to
Right,
how
and we-
much storage is actually allowed there, correct?
Yes, and we have not requested a variance from the OS category. Just a little explanation. What the OS category provides is that for wholesale trade offices in conjunction with office showrooms, there's an 85% rule, okay? That is 85%, that's the 85% rule that was explained, office versus storage area. That's the only use to which that 85% rule applies. So if, to the extent that there are wholesale trade offices in conjunction with office showrooms, then yes, we would meet that code provision.
Okay, and the ... is otherwise, we're not making a concession as to a limitation on what?
Well, we're willing to meet what the code provides. We're not asking for a variance to do more. As
Okay.
far as having that provision.
You're just clarifying
apply all
that-
the way across and impose that on the rest of it.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry, I was talking and
I
you were
was too.
talking.
I
and so
apologize.
I'll let you finish.
Yeah. I think the question was, are we willing to agree to that restriction or limitation to the extent that is across any use allowed under OS? We have not been, because it's been posed, the question that's been posed to us is, why won't you agree to meet the code of 85%? And we have. What the code says, we absolutely agree with that.
With respect to that particular use.
Use, because that's what the code says. That's right.
Correct. That is what the code says. Okay, and so the architectural style of the area will be as shown in your graphics, is that right?
That's correct. We have designs that we showed for the office services buildings, which are looking extremely consistent and complementary to what the existing office service buildings along Chastain Meadows look like, and how they're organized and how they're designed with their truck courts, just like we're proposing here. We've also have the designs that we've submitted for the townhomes, which include both rear-loaded and front-loaded townhomes. And we have the designs for the retail and the designs for the age-restricted component as well. That's correct, as shown.
Okay, and moving to the senior apartments.
Yes,
200 units, right?
yes.
Is that the site plan?
What you see
what's
is.
here?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so is that a single building?
It is a single building that creates 2 separate courtyards
Okay, and the first
for
one?
2 different types of amenity areas.
Okay. All right, and the parking surrounds the building, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I was confused by some different things I had read. I mean, what is the height? How many stories?
It's 4 stories. 5 now? 5. It's 5 stories total.
Okay, in different places, it uses it, there's a different number, so.
Correct, it's
I
5
think-
stories.
I think we need to come down to exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, and so I know we had talked previously about getting views from the townhomes to this area. Do you have those, or?
As far as looking across the berm,
Yeah,
yeah, we can have some, they're difficult, but yes, we can have those provided. Understand the OS buildings are essentially 35 to 40 feet tall. They're single story, but they're
right.
about 35 feet tall. That's why we're proposing a 100-foot berm with, a 100-foot wide buffer with a 8 to 12-foot tall berm throughout that. So that if you're in the townhomes looking across, you're looking kind of elevation-wise across an elevation where they sit a little bit, it goes a little bit lower, but with the height we'll have there, you'll just be looking at trees, you're not looking down into anything other than trees.
You might be looking at trees or a berm.
Right.
But you're talking about a 5-story building, so what's the view going to be from there? So, I think you might need to pick a couple places
Sure.
where you're showing us the
We
view.
can do that.
Okay, and the townhomes. Is this your final site plan?
Yes,
Okay, and I had seen one where there were some directions as to how the townhomes were facing.
yes, that's
Okay.
correct. That's the detailed plan that was submitted. That's our civil engineered plan. This is the rendered colored plan for presentation purposes, which colors that civil plan. So it kind of removes some of the detail that's part of our actual submitted plan.
Okay, but there exists a plan that shows that orientation. And how about the,
Yes, there is. Our submitted plan shows exactly how that road network works and which way the townhomes face as far as being rear loaded and front loaded. That's correct.
okay, and how about the yard space of the townhomes?
Sure, it really comes off well here in the rendered plan because you can see, except for, in fact, the vast majority of the townhomes are border shared yard areas, meaning shared green space areas where you would have benches and park-type features in between the townhomes that people can use and share. That's throughout.
So will they be fenced, or will that be a shared space? or
That's
what?
shared space, it's not fenced.
So will the units themselves be fenced, or no fencing?
The units themselves could have a small fencing where you have a patio, depending on their orientation, but the way these are designed is that shared green space that I can take you to other projects where you've seen that between the townhome buildings. You'll see significant, park-like setting where it's grassed and landscaped heavily and has benches or that type of thing throughout. Just enjoyable green space.
Right. Okay, and on the architectural style will be that which has been depicted?
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a diagram that describes how much green space there actually is between
Yes.
those units?
Yes.
And
And
is that the one we're talking about, that this is the pretty picture of?
this is the pretty picture of it, but yes, there's actually a detail of that that's been submitted as well.
Okay, and so that would actually be the site plan that's submitted? The more detailed one is the actual site plan that y'all are submitting for application?
That's correct. That's what's been submitted, was attached to our stipulation letter and has been submitted. Correct.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to see if my fellow board members have any questions.
Any questions from our fellow commissioners?
I do. Just wanted to go through on the warehouse. So just looking at some of the parameters. So did I correctly hear these are 35-foot buildings? Roughly?
Roughly. I mean, I think it's 37.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. And do you know what height generally the market is around there in terms of those other buildings that are zoned OS surrounding?
About 35 to 40 feet tall.
Okay. Because the reason I'm asking, because there's kind of flex industrial, there's kind of same-day delivery industrial, and then there's like distribution industrial. And all of the truck court lengths, the ratios of docks to square footage, which are on the low end, I'm sorry, on the high end, all those kind of scream at this being like a same-day distribution facility for an Amazon-like user. Just those truck courts, 200 feet, 3,500 square feet per for every dock. So kind of the whole configuration says this will be a same-day fulfillment with bucks trucks kind of going in and out with some 53-footers coming in. So I just want to clarify, is there any flexibility in your plan to edit around the edges? So a clear and obvious one would be number of docks. Right now, site is configured for fulfillment, not really a flex office use. The truck court is wide enough for, again, fulfillment, not really a flex office use. So was there any kind of thought given to truly making these where you've reduced the number of docks that were available or increased the number of surface parking spaces? All are characteristics that would basically make this more marketable for a flex industrial use as opposed to same-day delivery distribution center built to kind of typical Amazon standards.
Yes, we did give consideration. That's why it was reduced from 425,000 to 365,000, number one. Number two, I just want to highlight again for you this particular picture, okay? This is Chastain Meadows Parkway, just south of our property, okay? And you'll see how those buildings are oriented. When you look in there, each one of those buildings, okay, has the exact same truck court that we're proposing. And you'll notice that each one of those buildings is not dominated by same-day delivery services. That's certainly something that could be an appropriate use here, but it's also Yamaha Motor Corp. It's also their outdoor access initiative. There's a training center. There's a food covering business, all of which different types of businesses like that may utilize. Hyundai Motor America is there as well, that may utilize need a delivery type for them that don't necessarily make it distribution, okay? So I'm just highlighting for you that a truck court doesn't mean distribution. It means deliveries. It can mean distribution, but in terms of actually answering your question, was that considered? It was. That's why we reduced the total square footage.
Yeah, and my head is still that I see a lot more surface parking for employees and lower dock counts, which are another kind of consideration. But yeah, I appreciate the context on the situation on it, but I just want to make sure that we're kind of just aware of.
Sure.
Naturally, the design of this does lend and tend towards more of a logistics as opposed to flex use. So that was just more of an observation.
Any other questions? Okay, I've got a question. If we go back to the site plan real quick. Just first of all, the townhome community, and I'm sure this is probably depicted in your zoning stipulation letter. I'm assuming this is a mandatory homeowners association, declaration of covenants, all that.
Yes, that's correct. There'll be really a series. You'll have a master association, which is depicted in our letter for the PVC.
Okay.
And then the sub-association for example, the townhomes will have their own sub-association that'll have the covenants and so forth that you would anticipate here, including the rental restriction.
Including the
rental restriction for the townhomes, yes.
And then the amenities for the townhome. I see there's an amenity area showing up here on the upper left-hand side.
That's correct.
What do y'all envision there?
That amenity area is envisioned for an outdoor community gathering space for the residents. Think, potentially cabana, fire pit. Think at some type of community area that they'll develop along with their marketing piece of that.
Okay. And then visitor parking, looks like that's visitor parking up there adjacent to the amenity area as well.
Yes, there is visitor parking or guest parking that's distributed throughout the townhome area at various locations so that it's distributed all the way through.
Gotcha. And then going to the office service tract, I'm obviously leased, this will be leased product.
Correct.
The owner of the buildings will be responsible for maintenance of the common areas, ponds, signage, dumpsters, all that. They'll handle all that stuff.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have.
One other question, because I think we've asked it of other applicants who are bringing apartment complexes. Who will own and maintain that apartment complex?
The senior? We have an age-restricted developer that is partnered with us that will be, will own, operate, and maintain it.
And the intention is to maintain it in Cobb, or,
Yes.
I mean, it's a local partner, is that what you're saying?
They're a national brand company that this is what they do and specialize in. They have projects located throughout the southeast and going west as well, so, and that's what they do.
Okay, and the ownership will be, who owns it?
Who will own it?
Uh-huh.
That company was, I think it's Sparrow. Yeah,
Okay,
it's called Sparrow. That's the name of their company.
okay, and who will own the townhome development?
Ashton Woods is the residential partner for the townhomes, and so they will be the ones that will construct the townhomes and sell them to.
Okay,
To
and who will be
new residents.
who will be responsible for the retail and maintenance of all the property?
We have a retail partner. This is a separate retail partner that is going to do the retail piece of it. There's a master association, so that, which is per PVC. There's a master association, so all of the common elements, the senior piece, the townhome piece, and the retail piece, have to basically they prorate costs and expenses as it relates to maintenance of all your common areas. And so they'll be in charge of what's related solely to the retail piece, which is the plaza and stuff like that. So they'll have to maintain that, correct?
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions today.
Appreciate it. And I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but the professor who spoke, do you mind stepping up again? Hi. And your
I'm
name?
Marge Economopoulos.
Oh, okay.
That's why you didn't get it, because
Yeah, but
it's
I
a very
did get the
complicated
first
name.
three letters were eco,
Yeah,
as in
right.
ecology. So would you be willing to meet with these folks and discuss this plan and what your concerns are?
Absolutely.
Okay, and if you could let Mr. Moore know your contact information before you leave, that would be good.
Okay.
Okay?
Can I just say one thing about the
Yes, you may.
575, the
Yes.
piece of trees?
Yes.
If you don't leave trees there, they're probably going to have the expense of putting up a sound thing along that road. If you leave trees, you get two benefits.
Right.
You save money, and we can breathe.
Perfect. We need both. Thank you so much. Okay, and let's see, DOT.
Good morning, Ligia Florin, DOT.
Good morning. So you've heard Mr. Moore describe these particular elements, and I believe most of those are covered in joint comments. Do you agree that it's going to take a minute or 60 seconds to get the warrant study?
They should probably be working on it already. We
Yeah.
met with the consultant, and they are working on it. So I imagine within the next couple of weeks or a month, I don't know.
Okay, and so y'all have had a preliminary meeting?
Yes, the overall comments we have discussed with them. yes.
Okay, and is there, the overall comments you've discussed with the folks that are conducting the analysis, correct?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And so with respect to the exit onto Chastain Meadows
Yes.
with the restricted left turn,
Yes, ma'am.
he described what I couldn't see on the chart, a measure to ensure that, you know, we don't permit the left turn or certainly make sure it's discouraged. Have y'all studied that?
We haven't studied it, but we do have, I know what he's talking about. They will have to redesign their exit so that the pavement extends along the right turn lane so that the traffic, even though they are able to, because there will be an opening in front of them at Chastain Meadows as they go westbound from their property, there will be an opening in front of them to make the left because there's an opening to make the left in. So therefore, we have to guide the traffic
Right.
along their right turn lane, and they have to extend it. So that, I don't think that's shown in their site plan yet, but they could be designed that way during plan review.
Okay, is that in your recommendations? I don't know that I saw it specifically. I know we had a conversation about it, but,
We don't have that specific recommendation about extending the right turn, but we do have the specification of the limited
Can you-
entrance and exit. But
would it be appropriate to add that into your recommendations?
sure, ma'am. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Okay, do you have any other comments that the board or citizens should consider?
No, the only one is at Chastain Meadows and Chastain Road. That corner that we have discussed already, and the DRI did recommend that they pull back the median 60 feet. But we are concerned that that we wouldn't want to stripe that area. So we will have to come up with a design that will be acceptable. As it is right now, we wouldn't agree to have it just striped, the nose striped, because it could potentially be a safety issue, right? If the
And you're
truck
talking
driver.
about where? Where are you talking
Oh,
about?
on the northbound, can you go to on Chastain Meadows, or to the site plan, yes. Go to the Chastain Meadows at Chastain Parkway. Yes. So if there's a truck making a right, so they're going eastbound, making a right onto Chastain Meadows. The big truck, the WB 57 or 47, when they make a right, they will tread onto the median. So if that person driving the truck does not make the perfect movement, they might, and there's a car trying to make a left northbound, there could be a potential safety hazard there. So we are recommending potentially they could widen the radius at that corner within the right of way, because we understand we cannot make them purchase private property. But they could widen that radius, and I think that Kevin alluded to that, and a compromise between that and not extending the striping of the median so much because of that concern. Does that make sense?
Okay, so I mean, those are factors that are dependent upon the design.
Correct, yes.
Can you upgrade your comments to include, for example, those kind of things?
We could, but those are items that are washed out during the plan review as well. We
Sure.
wouldn't approve a land disturbance
Well, I'm
permit.
not asking you to be specific about it,
Yes.
but at least
Sure,
to include the safety element of
Sure.
that design being critical.
sure, we can add that to the
Okay.
comments.
Okay. Anyone else? Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to call anyone else back up? Any other member of the board want to call anyone? Okay. All right, then I would like to, at this time, make some comments and then make a motion. First of all, I think I appreciate all the efforts and conversations that have gone into us being at this place at this time. And I think there's a general consensus that the uses are, as zoned, are appropriate, but there's some details that really need to get worked out here. And I think that, in the interest of the community and the impact upon, this piece of land that has been called out as being one of the last forested lands, I think that we ought to take the time to look at it a little bit further. And so with that, I would recommend that we hold this case. And in the interim period of holding the case, that we would obtain the warrant study, and we could have final DOT comments referencing the matters that we have discussed here today, and that we could have in the interim a discussion with about tree-safe measures with a local expert, as we've discussed in the meeting today. I'm interested in the parking for the townhomes in particular. And so I think that we probably need some more feedback on that and making sure that the parking is adequate, as is the landscaping. And so I would like to see an actual landscaping plan for the residential area, more than just little pockets of green, but actually see what that looks like, whether it's maybe not aerial, but also something about how it would look on its face. With respect to the discussions we've had, I'd like to see the elevation views from the townhome and the senior apartment so that we understand exactly what this site is going to look like for occupants, particularly of the residential areas. And just a second, let me check my notes here. And then since there have been really good discussions, I think there ought to be, one nice final discussion before we come back here with the members of the community and make sure that we've touched bases on, or at least touched minds on all the points that people consider critical. So that would be my motion.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Dance.
Just add one more.
Can we second it and then have
Second.
discussion?
Got it, yep. Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Only request I would add is have sections, which will allow us to see the different berms, just that, so you can understand how the roof heights of the OS, the visibility of that from the townhomes. That would be the only actual item I would suggest preparing.
Mr. Moore, you understand what he's asking for?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Commissioner Dance, you agreeable to that?
I'm agreeable to that.
Okay.
And Mr. Peterson?
I do have one question about the motion. Was it the board's desire to hold this for 30 days or 60 days?
How, do you have an opinion how long it might take to get these things done, Mr. Moore?
Since you've asked kindly, our preference would be for 30 days. We have a lot of this material we can provide on an immediate basis, so I feel very comfortable with that. We've had consistent, great dialogue with the community, and so I don't see that it would be an issue with us being able to come back in 30 days and have all of that information submitted and provided, as well as have the meetings.
Okay, could I ask you that if it looks along the way that we're not going to get finished, that you might entertain requesting a continuance?
Absolutely, that would be entirely fair.
Okay. So it's for 30 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a motion And a second, that motion has a minor amendment to it and continuance for 30 days. Clarify.
Oh, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. If
The-
there's-
It's the hold for 30 days,
I'm sorry, the-
right? And the potential continuance if it's not completed.
Correct, correct. You are correct. Okay. If there are no other discussion, we'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. I'm going to look to my other board members. Do we want to continue on, or do we want to take a break here this moment?
Can we take a short break? Not-
We'll take a 10-minute break. Let's come back at 10:33. Thank you, and welcome back to our October 3rd Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing. John, if you could introduce the next case, please.
Yes, sir. Next case on the agenda is rezoning case Z30 of 2023, Quick Trip Corporation. They are requesting a rezoning from GC to NRC for a convenience store with fuel sales in land lot 60 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Jameson Road and on the west side of Kent Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there were 5 people here opposed to the application. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
All right, Kevin, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, and good morning again, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of and pleased to represent Quick Trip Corporation in this application for rezoning. You heard this last month, and it was held so that we could continue to have discussions with our adjoining business owners. Just to remind you again, this is the best way to show it to you is to show what's on the screen for you today. We're the piece that's right there in the middle of the screen, which is a former Eckerd Rite Aid building that has now been dark for quite some time. That's located at the intersection. You have Canton Road, which is on the right-hand side, and Jamerson Road, which is on the top side of this property. And we're proposing that it be rezoned from its existing general commercial to the NRC category for purposes of a Quick Trip for convenience store with fuel cells. You'll also notice that there's a building that's got NRC right on it that's to our south, immediately adjacent, that we share an access. There's an access easement for shared access for this proposed property with the NRC piece that's adjacent to us, that it provides access to Canton Road. We have a separate access on Jamerson Road, which is on the top as well. We were directed to continue to have discussions with them because they were concerned. They primarily have got, they have it's called Ray's Donuts, as well as an Italian restaurant that's Bucci. Great restaurants, they have great business there. Great local businesses, we certainly support them 110%. And we have continued to have discussions with them. I'm going to turn to the site plan. I just kind of want to orient you, just kind of update you with what those discussions were and what information we provided. I'm going to turn to the site plan, and it's oriented different than the overhead that you just saw. So this is Jamerson Road along the bottom, with Canton Road running north and south here. This is the property, the proposed Quick Trip, and for reference purposes, this is the adjoining building with the 2 restaurant businesses that we were speaking of. We had good discussions with them in working with them. A couple of things that they're concerned about. Number one was parking. They utilize, as part of their business, some parking here that's existing on this property, even though there's not a parking easement. But that's part of it. Also, they're concerned with the shared access point here and how that could potentially be disruptive. So there was a couple of things that we discussed with them that were items. Number one was they were asked about the visual of this side of the building to their property, and we provided them full elevations that show the brick and so forth for this Quick Trip store. I don't believe that's really an issue at this point because it is all brick, fairly quiet on that side. One of their other items that was requested for us to look at was to restrict this full access on Canton Road to prohibit left turns out on Canton Road. We looked at that, and it would have to apply to all. So it would apply not only to people coming to Quick Trip, but it would apply to people coming to their restaurant. We looked at that. We do have a traffic study and talked to our traffic engineer. Our belief is that that would actually be problematic for everyone involved and doesn't really address the core concern for them because it would eliminate left-hand turns for their retail customers and restaurant customers as well as ours, and restricting the flow of traffic in and out here, we don't believe produces a good result either. But what we have pointed out to them and what this design does, if you'll notice, all of our parking, or 75% of our parking is on the Jamerson Road side. We do have some parking here. And so it's our belief that for those that visit the Quick Trip, and our traffic study results show that, the majority of our traffic will exit and enter off of Jamerson Road. There will be some that come in off Canton. So we think that with the way we've oriented this, and we provide that to them, that we have designed it correctly and in their best interests. That is to focus our attention to Jamerson Road being our front door. The other thing that are in conducting the traffic study that was revealed is that a lot of their customers actually use this same Jamerson Road access, which is existing today, use this same Jamerson Road access to come through this property to access and go to their restaurant and exit that way. But that's used quite a bit by their own customers. Even though there's not an interparcel access agreement, there's just a joint access for Canton Road. So again, that's occurring here. We were also asked about fumes from the gas pumps, and located there at the canopy, we provided them with extensive Quick Trip Corporation information that detailed the measures that Quick Trip undertakes to ensure that fumes really don't go beyond the canopy, certainly not to that distance to where their restaurants are located because of the types of systems that they use. And so that was some detailed information that was provided to them. Overall, this area and this intersection, again, is primarily Zone GC. The entire intersection is Zone GC. However, it's in a neighborhood activity center. So this intersection is going to be revisited by this county and by this planning commission again and again as people come in to want to upgrade their stores or upgrade their convenience store or upgrade their retail business. These adjoining owners had to do it. You notice it's zoned NRC. They have a new building. They had to come in for zoning to get NRC designation. From our standpoint, this area, as noted by staff, is, while it's a neighborhood activity center, the great majority of these GC uses that are located down Jamerson Road are contractor-type GC uses. They're not neighborhood activity retail uses. They're contractor uses that are a legacy from general commercial area that you have here. We believe that rezoning this to NRC, which is consistent with the land use plan, which your ordinance requires it to be, to rezone it consistent with the land use plan, and for this specific use, which is an allowable use under the NRC zoning ordinance, is perfectly consistent and perfectly compatible for the county as a local jurisdiction to start to choose, well, we like this local business and we don't like this interstate business of Quick Trip. I don't believe that's the role that the county should take. That's me talking to you as an opinion of mine as part of this application, that to dice it up among which commerce belongs in a location that's a neighborhood activity center and under NRC, and to allow to allow business decisions to be made from a market standpoint of a local jurisdiction would not be appropriate. Your NRC ordinance says convenience stores with fuel cells is an allowable use with no other special permit or special land use permit or any other consideration. It allows for restaurants, retail, and convenience stores with food sales. All are perfectly permissible under NRC, and we think the same thing here. We can leave this location today, and I can take you north, south, east, and west and show you multiple locations where you have outstanding convenience stores with food sales, other Quick Trip locations that are located and positioned just like this one within a corner of a shopping center. And they all work perfectly well together. They're great businesses. We love their local business that they have. We just think that this can work very well and work for all. It's certainly better than a corner that's occupied by a dark Rite Aid where nothing is going on. That's devastating to a community. And in fact, the community members that we've heard from Chad's Ridge actually supported this application, which is the nearest subdivision. So with that, we are obviously more than happy to continue to meet with them, and we want to meet with them. We want them to be as successful as they can be. But we also think that this proposal and this rezoning application to determine what this property should be zoned is entirely appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Was there anybody else speaking in support of the application? Just real quick, make sure. Okay. If we could have the opposition come up. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lawton Jordan. I represent the owners of the shopping center next door that Kevin spoke about, and the owners of the Italian restaurant in that shopping center. We appreciate the dialogue we've had with the applicant, but we have very serious concerns about this that still exist. We think this represents an existential threat to these businesses. These are small neighborhood businesses. The traffic study shows that there'll be 3 times as many people coming into a Quick Trip as would be coming into a Rite Aid. And as Kevin talked about, there's a shared driveway. So there's going to be a lot more, many more cars and trucks coming through the parking lot of my clients. And we think that's going to have an effect on their business, a very real effect, a negative effect. The second issue is the site plan they have. We have concerns about that, with where the gas pumps are. We appreciate the information about their measures to prevent leakage, but I think everyone knows when you have cars pulling up to 16 gas pumps, there's going to be idling, there's going to be spills. This restaurant has outdoor dining, so we think the effect on that is going to be very real. We're not opposed to Quick Trip per se, but the particular use, the fact we have a shared driveway, the closeness, we think presents legitimate land use issues that this board should look at, and we plan to continue working with them on. So at this point, we are opposed. We would ask for a continuance so that we can continue these discussions and hopefully reach a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I want to present this hard copy of a petition to the clerk for the record. We have 62 signers in opposition at this point, and the signatures are still coming in. The overwhelming sentiment of the people that have signed is that there are already 11 gas stations on the 5-mile Canton corridor. This Quick Trip would make number 12. I believe that averages out to about a gas station about every 0.42 mile, and we feel like that is enough. The market is saturated, and also what hasn't been mentioned is that the Quick Trip proposed is directly across the street from a Citgo and a Right Stuff gas station. I mean, they're within walking distance across Canton Road. We have a history on the Canton corridor of having too many automotive uses, and this concern was raised going all the way back to the 2005 Canton Road Steering Committee process. And we wanted to get away from so many automotive uses and try to reach out to and support destinations that would serve the community, that were neighborhood friendly, such as those owned by Mr. Aslacci and Mr. Naruzada, Vespucci's Italian Kitchen, Ray's Donuts, Planet Smoothie. The neighborhoods love these restaurants, and we do agree that this Quick Trip, as the projected traffic volume shows, is likely, because of the small, relatively tight fit of the two parcels, probably will have a negative impact on the restaurants over time. We have another history south of Piedmont on Canton Road, which was that in 2000, a large new racetrack was approved, and within a matter of years, 3 smaller gas stations very close to it went under. 2 of them eventually shuttered and became blighted and code enforcement problems, and it's been years until we have now finally have found new owners for the 3 gas stations that went under when the new gas station was approved. 16 years. And I think in addition to potentially harming the restaurants, it's probably going to hurt the Citgo across the street and potentially the Right Stuff that's Gaddy Corner. You know, yes, NRC is the appropriate rezoning for this land use. And there's no question that convenience store with fuel sales is a permitted use. But that doesn't necessarily mean an automatic approval. I do think that NRC offers 60 permitted uses. I don't think generally the public is thrilled with the prospect of 4,000 turn-ins and turn-outs onto Canton and Jamerson Road. And we do support the request for a hold. Our position is basically to ask that the NRC be approved, but the use for the gas station denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any additional opposition? Yes, sir.
And good morning. My name is Reza Atlasci. I'm the owner and general manager of West Bucci's Italian Kitchen. My concern is that entrance that is in front of our restaurant. I can guarantee you the majority of the traffic getting inside the Q-tip is going to use that entrance. And as you can see, it's a very, very tight entrance. If the if the cars are traveling southbound on Canton Road, they have to make a 180-degree loop to get inside of that gas station. There is a median on the Jamerson side. There is only the traffic that is going to enter that gas station is going to be the traveling eastbound on Jamerson. So majority of traffic coming inside and out of that gas station is going to be through that small entrance in front of our restaurant. That's going to have a negative impact for my customers and Ray's Donut, and especially in the morning, getting in and out of that parking lot. Because if you want to make a left turn on Canton Road going northbound, I live in that area. I never use that left turn because the traffic is coming so fast. I always go through the other entrance and make a left turn at the traffic light. That certainly is going to impact. If there is a truck with a trailer stopping at that over there making a left turn, 2-3 cars are going to get behind it. My customer is going to be blocked in that parking lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. There is no additional opposition. This zoning case is in District 3, and we'll look to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion.
Can I get DOT, please?
Ligia Florem, DOT.
So, guess I'll turn on my mic. You have a traffic study 1.
Yes, ma'am.
You're awaiting traffic study 2.
Correct.
Okay, and what will that show?
That will show us where the traffic is going and how they're accessing the property and what impacts it will have within the property itself.
Okay.
And any suggestions for improvements, for mitigation.
Is there a timeline for that, receiving it?
We have not given them a timeline, and I don't have a timeline. I don't have a timeline from them yet.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else outstanding?
No, I
from
believe
your
that's it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Before she leaves.
Okay.
I'm sorry, part of the analysis that you're waiting, will that also be looking at peak time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Moore? Can you answer the question when we might expect that study?
I would anticipate it within the next few weeks or less.
Okay. A few weeks, is that 3 or more? What is that?
Probably 2 or less.
2 or less, okay. All right, and can you put that diagram up again of the reconfiguration? I just wanted to ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
So you mentioned that the parking is up front, and you expect most people to come in and out that way? But if they came in the front, they would circulate, and they were getting gas, they'd circulate over that way, do you have like an image of the traffic flow that's anticipated on this site?
That's what the submittal tool will show.
Okay, so, I mean,
But I can tell you from what I know from what,
yeah, I mean, is there
traffic engineer
a
said.
roadway around the back side of it where you expect people would circulate back out to the road from there?
Sure. So directionally, so this is Canton Road, Jamerson Road. So, while this is full access, as I mentioned, left turns out of Canton on here people tend to do what, from a traffic standpoint, is the easiest thing to do. And if you want to come to this, if you want to come take a left out of here on Canton Road, what you're trying to do is then continue on south on Canton Road. The much easier thing to do is just turn right here and get in the left-hand turn lane, as opposed to making a much more difficult left. So that movement is one that, over time, statistically, will not be one. Also understanding that actually there is a convenience store with fuel cells that are also at this intersection on the other side of Canton Road. And so just knowing from representing folks like Quick Trip and the discussions that they have, what happens is the traveling public, you go to the one that's convenient. That's why they're called convenience stores. So depending on which way you're traveling, you'll stop at this one because it's the one on the right. When you're going in a certain direction, you'll stop on the other one so you don't have to cross over. So there is a lot of interplay there from a traffic standpoint, and that submittal too will really flesh that out a good deal, because it tells you, based on traffic analysis and traffic statistics and study, where the traffic will access this, what percentage, and the number of trips coming in and out. But the flow here is, if you want to go north on Canton, yeah, you would come out that way. You can also just come out here and go that way. So that's why the thinking is that a lot of the traffic more of the traffic than not, will be utilizing that Jamerson Road access.
I don't have any more questions for.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time then, I would move to hold this with direction that the productive discussions that have been described continue, and that hopefully when this study gets back, if the study can be disseminated, Mr. Moore, to all parties that are interested in this at the same time that it's disseminated to DOT, and if DOT can expedite those comments and make sure it doesn't just get posted to this, but it gets disseminated to those persons that are interested. Can we do that? That's a nod. So, and so I would move to hold this for 30 days and encourage those conversations to continue with the proviso that if that study doesn't come back in time, we're at the same place where I would expect council to request a continuance. So.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Dance for a 30-day hold.
Second.
And a motion and a second from Commissioner Boulogne. Any discussion? And call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Next case, John.
Thank you. Next case on today's agenda is rezoning case Z32 of 2023, Toll Southeast LP Company Incorporated, request a rezoning from RR to RA6 for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 736 and 777 of the 16th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Ross Road, north of Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z32? Three. Okay, let the record show there's 3 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. Yeah, we need to change the record to show there's 2 people opposed. Thank you.
Long time no see, Kevin.
Can you go out a little bit further? Just a tad.
You can begin when you're ready.
Great, thank you. Thank you again, and good morning to you again, Commissioners. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Toll Southeast, commonly referred to as Toll Brothers. That's a national leading luxury home builder who has done a great job here in Cobb and the Atlanta metro area as well. This is a rezoning application seeking rezoning of this tract, which is the portion that's in Cobb County at least is just at 18 acres. The entire tract, though, is about 19.5 acres. You'll see it's being rezoned from RR. The proposal is to rezone the property to RA6 for a single-family detached Toll Brothers community. Kind of want to highlight for you the surrounding area and kind of explain what I was talking about, because this property is kind of sandwiched between existing residential uses. So to the right, you'll see it's RA6, the same category that we are proposing. It's RA6. That's phase 1 and phase 2 of a subdivision of single-family detached homes called the Villages at Sandy Plains. It's on Sandy Plains. It's RA6. Then you have our property. Below our property, our immediate neighbor, you'll see there's not a designation for that. That's because it's in the city of Marietta. That's zoned PRD single family in Marietta. And, that's known as Briarwood. And then our other neighbor is a PRD subdivision known as St. Charles Square. Above us, you'll see R30, and you're thinking, well, what is that? That's Kincaid Elementary, so that's why it's zoned R30. That's the elementary school. Then you'll see the surrounding area. This is at the intersection, really, of Scuffle Grit and Sandy Plains. The road that actually brings us access is called Ross Road. At that intersection of Sandy Plains, Scuffle Grit, and Ross Road, that is a traffic signal, fully signalized intersection for that. Also, you'll see our property doesn't stretch to Sandy Plains there, and I'll show it in a minute too. That's because that's in the city of Marietta. It's about 1.5 acres. That's a part of this property that's already in the city of Marietta. We've designated that for our amenity piece of it, so that it would be our amenity for this project on that piece. Across from that is a LRO. It's a former bank site that's also in the city of Marietta on the other side of Ross Road. So that kind of gives you what we're proposing and kind of why as far as the surrounding area. We're seeking rezoning to RA6 for a single-family detached subdivision so that we are entirely consistent with what's on either side of us and what's in front of us. There's also a public shopping center on the other side of Sandy Plains Road from this property. Let me turn to the site plan and kind of go through some of the details and take you through what we're proposing and why. Turning to the site plan, and now you can you see where this piece is here, is that piece that's already in the city of Marietta that's designated for our amenity. This is Ross Road coming up, and that over here is that adjoining RA6 subdivision that's currently under development. What we have proposed is a total of 91 homes. Our initial application, even though this is the first you've heard it, our initial application was for 105 homes. We've had some discussions with various people along the way, and since have revised our plan after meetings and so forth to 91 homes. So this is a total of 91 homes for this. You'll notice also this section here, which is adjoining, this is St. Charles Square subdivision. This is Briarwood. This section now, we are leaving as an undisturbed portion of this property. There's a stream here. This area is outside of the stream. We're certainly entitled to cross it and build on that area. And our initial plans did show that because it's significant enough to where you could construct on it. But what we've decided to do is remove that altogether so that this is what turns into open space connected with the undisturbed area for the stream and open space against all of St. Charles Square. So they're provided a significant buffer for them, though they don't have a buffer against our property. Again, this is Briarwood here, so about half of our adjoining neighbors here also enjoy that buffer. The neighbors that are here, you can kind of see the outline of their lots. What we have done is match that in terms of the size of our lots along this line here that's shared with Briarwood. We've matched their lot sizes and lot widths, lot for lot, so there's consistency between those two neighborhoods here. Beyond that, we have a single-family detached subdivision that is exactly oriented, consistent with the adjoining subdivisions that have been approved either by Cobb County or the city of Marietta. To make that point even further, I'll let Cornelius do it. To make that point even further, I want to give you the densities, because that's where we start to really talk about, is it compatible or consistent or not? And are we asking for the same or not? Are we seeking equal treatment or not? So I'll go here first. Our proposal is a total of 4.9 units per acre at 91 units for the entire tract of almost 19 and a half acres. 91, this is a 4.9 units per acre. I'll start over here. Villages at Sandy Plains, Phase 1 and Phase 2, which were each zoned separately by Cobb County. Phase 1 is 5.72 units per acre. Phase 2 is 5.99 units per acre. Again, we're at 4.9 units per acre. Briarwood subdivision here, located in the city of Marietta, that is at 5.7 units per acre. That's zoned PRD, single family, under the city of Marietta's zoning ordinance. St. Charles Square here, located adjacent to us on that side, is 4.3 units per acre, zoned PRD within the Cobb County. So at 4.9, we're not at the halfway point. We're even below the halfway point between these adjoining subdivisions in terms of density. So we think from a density standpoint, it's entirely consistent, more than consistent, for this remaining piece of property. One of the other things that we wanted to look at was what I call the development standards for each one of these, because yes, you'll note in staff's recommendation and in their comments, we are asking for variances as it relates to some of the setbacks, lot widths, and lot sizes. That's because Cobb County doesn't have a category that does these things without asking for variances. In our case, we're leaving an entire section of our property as a result of this stream undisturbed, which forces us to move all of development within this portion of the property. In addition, from a development standard standpoint, let's look and see. So let's look at these two, Phase 1 and Phase 2, have minimum lot areas of 3,000 square feet for this development. That's in Cobb County under RA6. That's a variance that was granted. Their setbacks are also, for this portion over here, are also all variances for front, rear, and side setbacks, less than what RA6 provides for and less than what RA6 provides for in terms of its minimum lot size. Let's look at St. Charles Square, which is in Cobb County, zone PRD. Its minimum lot size is 5,650 square feet. We don't see PRD anymore, but we used to deal with it. PRD has a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet. Again, a variance for the lot size and the development standards under PRD, even in Cobb County, for an adjoining subdivision. Briarwood, at 5.7 units per acre, has a minimum lot area of 3,681 square feet. Also, front setback of 5 feet, rear setback of 20 feet, and side setbacks of 5 feet. Those are the development standards for our surrounding subdivisions, which have been granted variances by Cobb County or were zoned to a specific plan by the city of Marietta, which doesn't contain the same types of standards. All in all, what we are proposing is, by this plan, these are minimum 4,000 square foot. And I say minimum, that doesn't mean they're all. That means that's the minimum square foot size of the lots. Some of them are much bigger than that. But the minimum square footage is 4,000, okay? At least of the adjoining subdivisions, 3 out of the 4 have smaller minimum lot sizes than what we're proposing. The setbacks that we are proposing are consistent with or greater than the setbacks that are held by all of the adjoining subdivisions. We have greater setbacks. So from a development standard standpoint, not only is our density entirely consistent, but the development standards that we're requesting are consistent with our neighbors that have been granted by Cobb County or approved by the city of Marietta. The point I'm kind of driving at here is what this applicant is asking for and requesting is simply to be treated the same, simply to be treated equally with what has been approved by this county and what has been approved by the city, which you legally have to acknowledge and understand as part of your zoning decision, and just be treated the same. Toll Brothers builds a fantastic project, fantastic neighborhoods with great homes, and that's what they would like to do here, and do it in a manner, in a style that has been granted and approved on the adjoining subdivisions as well, and in fact, better from a development standard standpoint. So with that, I'm here, I can answer any questions, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval. We also have a stipulation letter that details this out in the manner that you would expect. So thank you.
Thank you. I think now we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Lori Wood, and I live in the adjacent neighborhood of St. Charles Square. I've been communicating with my neighbors about this subdivision for many reasons. First of all, the property that Toll Brothers is attempting to purchase is protected wetlands. Tax records show that the previous owners have not paid any money in taxes. They pay $18 a year. It's been like that for 30 years. That main stream that's in that subdivision, that is Little Noonday Creek. It feeds into two other lakes across Kincaid Road. The one lake is called Wiggly Lake, and then that eventually goes into Little Noonday Creek. The adjacent subdivision that's under construction right now, Pearson Development, when they started that development, there's a homeowner, Rich Hagan, that lives at 1487 Kincaid Road. He had environmental studies done on his property because he has two lakes, and the environmental studies show that he has sediment from upstream. The development next door has significantly damaged his lake, and he sued David Pearson Development and won. And he plans on going after Toll Brothers because if you disturb Little Noonday Creek, it's going to disturb those lakes, no matter what you do back there. It's protected wetlands. The other thing I would like to point out is all subdivisions on Sandy Plains Road have a right-hand deceleration lane. They are trying to build this development without a deceleration lane. That is of great concern. That intersection is very busy. It's a 4-lane road going in both directions with scuffle grit coming out. There's also a slight hill. So you have to put in a deceleration lane for safety reasons. The other thing that they're proposing is private roads. All subdivisions in Cobb County don't have private roads. They have county roads. And over time, private roads require maintenance. And if they're not maintained, then the home values could decrease. The other thing that was pointed out is the developer is asking for property rezoning, but then multiple variances and rezoned classification. We believe the development should be made to stay within the Cobb County ordinance. This includes density, square footage, setbacks, and buffers. The buffers along the existing creek neighborhood should be addressed. Impacts to Little Noonday Creek, like I said before, has shown that it's a problem, and we were wondering if there was a watershed study done on this property. The legal letter allows for the plan to change as the developer sees fit in the future, and that's not acceptable. The plan that they come up with should be their final plan. There should be not allowed any changes moving forward. Now I'm going to turn the mic over to my neighbor, Guy Andrews.
Morning, my name's Guy Andrews. I'm a 20-year resident of St. Charles Square. I live on Wilkinson Crossing, which does back up to this area that is being rezoned. And I'm not against rezoning and having a subdivision. I have several concerns specific to this rezoning. One of them, as she mentioned earlier, was the private streets. I've been heavily involved, and my wife, also with the HOA board for St. Charles Square. And one of the problems we see with board members is that they're all volunteers. They're not professionals. They don't have expertise in all the things needed. And when you put in public streets, the HOA doesn't have to worry about it. But if you put in a private street, the HOA board, who again is a volunteer, will have to worry about and plan for reserves for future repairs or repaving of those streets and whatever else is needed for those private streets. So having private streets is really putting an undue burden on those HOA boards to figure out how to plan for reserves and have money set aside for any type of maintenance. But even past the setting aside the reserves, just getting a board member on the HOA to figure out who to contact to get work done is a burden in itself because, again, these are volunteers, they're not professionals. Again, we would like to see the subdivision but with public roads or county roads as this. The other concern I have is regarding the traffic study that was done. As you know, there's as he mentioned up there, there's a subdivision for RA6 that's been under construction. Well, what I don't understand with the actual traffic study itself is the study is done at a specific period of time, but I don't know, does this traffic study include the fact that we have two subdivisions that have not been built? There's not one house that's been built. And if you've driven up Sandy Plains along there, the subdivision I'm talking about is what we refer to as the Sandy Plains Great White Wall, right there before you get to Scuffle Grit. There's not one house that's been done there. So if you're doing a traffic study, you've got to include somehow those 90 homes that haven't been built, along with the new set of 90 homes that are being built. So we just asked the review what traffic study, does it include just 90 homes or does it really include 180 homes? Because that's truly what's going to happen sometime in the future is there's going to be an additional 180 homes going through that intersection there of Scuffle Grit and Sandy Plains. And finally, you know, one of the things that you know, Kevin mentioned was that his subdivision is sitting at density of 4.9. The staff has recommended that this be set to an RA5 and not an RA6. If his density is truly at 4.9, then I'd recommend that this be set for an RA5 and not an RA6. And based on the staffing recommendations, I feel it's viable. When you start looking at some of the other, he's mentioned a few subdivisions, but there are others. Hasty Creek, which is an RA20, Eastbrook, which is an RA4. Again, my subdivision, which is St. Charles Square, which is a PRD at 4.3. So there are some subdivisions in the nearby area that are in the density level of between 4 and 5. And I would just ask that the commission recommend that this be set for an RA5 and not an RA6. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no other opposition. This case is also in District 3, and Commissioner Dance will lead our discussion on this particular case.
Okay, can I get DOT again?
Ligia Florem, DOT.
Okay. So in this case, also, we're still waiting for a submittal to traffic study, is that right?
That's correct.
Are y'all in discussions about that?
We just provided them the comments and the approval of submission 1, and we are expecting submission 2.
Okay. Do you have a timeline?
I don't have a timeline.
Okay. And didn't you have a comment about an impact of the roadway the ingress into the subdivision and two homes that,
That is related to the distance between the local road and the first driveway. It looks like it's the very first driveway, and I don't remember what number it is, but those driveways will be too close to the local road.
65 and 66?
Correct, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Has that been addressed?
Not yet.
Okay.
That's based on the latest site plan.
Say it again?
That is based on the latest site plan that we
Okay.
received.
All right, and so the citizen asked a question about whether the traffic study would address the two subdivisions that are proposed but not built.
Typically, they do include them in it, but we can make it clear to them that the second submittal should address that. Should include those counts.
You can
We
do
have-
that?
Sure.
Okay. And can you comment on the department's position on private streets versus public streets?
Yes, and we do recommend that all streets are designed per the county standards because of that reason, that in the future, if there's a maintenance issue, we have no way of enforcing it if there's an HOA and they're not, they're not responsive to our calls or to the citizens' complaints. So yes, for that reason, we do recommend by code that all private roads are designed and constructed to our standards. But in this case, they're not up to standards quite yet as they're designed.
Okay. Anyone else, Michael?
Just one quick question. Do you know what they would have to do to get it up to public standard?
Well, right now, the limitation is the proximity of the driveways.
Okay.
We want 50 feet between each driveway, and that's not accomplished in this layout.
Okay. Got it.
And I don't see the mail kiosk in the site plan as it is right now. And I don't remember what else, but just things like that they could flush out in design.
Got it. Okay. Do you think that's possible? Does that require fewer lots in order to accommodate that 50-foot?
Potentially.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and you mentioned you didn't see the kiosk shown. Your staff comments also say that you didn't show a landscape location.
Correct.
Correct? Are there any other call-outs that staff made when you were reviewing?
Say that again, I'm sorry. I
Say
couldn't
that-
hear you.
I said, are there any other call-outs that you made in of deficiencies?
No, those are the ones that we pointed out.
Okay. And how would the issue of the lot sites 65 and 66, how would you recommend that be addressed?
It's up to them if they want to lay out or move that driveway so that it's within at least 50 feet from the curb return to the curb return of the driveway. If they can achieve that in design, then we will be okay with it.
So your statement that proposed lots do not appear to have sufficient frontage to meet your 50-foot straight line distance requirement?
Correct, between driveways.
Okay, so that's what you were referencing when
Yes.
you were
Yes, ma'am.
responding just a minute ago, okay. Okay, that's all I had. Anyone else?
Thank you.
And if I can get water?
Tim Davidson, Cobb County Water.
Hey, Tim. So there was a question by a citizen about whether or not a watershed study had been conducted. Can you speak to that?
Might be a stormwater question.
Yeah.
That's it, gentlemen.
Oh, okay. Oh, when I see.
We're the water before it gets to him, so I'm Andrew Heath with Stormwater Management.
Okay, cool. Can you address that question for the citizen?
Yes, and the question was stated again for me?
I believe his question was, one was whether or not there was had been a watershed study.
I got it. I don't think it's been completed yet for that development, but that would be something that would come during plan review.
Okay, can you explain, particularly to the citizen, but maybe to us as well, how that happens and what assurances would be made that it would be received before the process continued?
Yes, absolutely. So as it would be with this case, when the property is proposed to be developed, the applicant would have to prepare a study that would show that they would meet several aims that the county has laid out for how to manage the runoff from the county or in the county. And so one of those is through detention. So we don't want to increase post-development flow rates above what our pre-development flow rates are. And in a pre-developed condition, what we're talking about is a site that was runoff like we would see from a fully forested condition, which this site is similar to that in its existing condition. And then we also require the applicant in the study to show how they're going to provide for water quality treatment from the site, so that in the post-development condition, that is after the site's completely developed, built, and then the applicant's done with all the construction process and the site's stabilized, how will the runoff from the site then be treated to provide for water quality, so that as it drains on downstream, you know, the down gradient property owners receive, you know, clean water. And so all of those aims would be addressed in that study, and that would be something typically that's done during the final, during plan review, you know, when they're making they've settled on their final plan, and then they can actually get into the weeds of putting the actual specifics together. So.
Okay, and would a citizen be able to access that study once it was submitted?
They would be, yes, once it's submitted to community development. And one of our comments in the zoning was we recommended the applicant have a concept meeting. And a lot of times the study isn't developed at the time of the concept meeting, but we're just kind of talking about big picture issues to take into account in the study. And then once the study is submitted, certainly they could see the study and they could review it if they wanted to, absolutely.
Okay. And then there were some comments about protecting wetlands and the Little Noonday Creek. When y'all analyze this more recent site plan, does that impact the new site plan? There is no crossing of the creek, right?
Yes.
And on a previous version, there was a crossing of the creek. Is that area of the land protected, therefore?
Yes, that would be a great improvement from the standpoint of the revised site plan, because it eliminated a street crossing across the creek. So that would, of course, eliminate disturbance there within the stream. And then, of course, it eliminates the street and the homes that were proposed on the west side of the stream. And so naturally, you have less disturbed area, and that's going to be a great benefit there, and so less disturbance in the stream. If there are wetlands present there, the applicant is going to need to look at that again during plan review if they haven't already, to evaluate that. And then the stream also is a buffered stream, so I believe there's stream buffers assigned to it, so they would have to keep their disturbance outside those stream buffers as well. So that will be further protection for the stream as well.
Okay, so responsive to the citizens' inquiry, then those are matters that would be fully explored once this moved forward. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If I get Mr. Moore. a hat trick, right?
Yes.
So with respect to the public versus private roads, is your client willing to comply with all the recommendations of DOT?
Well, there's two separate things. I think the concept of public versus private, we're happy to consider that. And like DOT stated, now, there used to be a difference. Now there's not really much of a difference. DOT requires you to, even if you're going to do private streets, they have to be done to DOT standards. So
Right.
There's not much of a difference. So yeah, we'll certainly work with that.
Okay, what about the comment about the 50-foot straight line distance?
We'll have our engineer take it. He's made aware, and he's worked with Cobb County staff, and Cobb County DOT on numerous times, and so I think he's going to get with them directly about that comment. And just to understand, some of this was DOT had some updated comments
Right,
that came across at the end of last week, and so we forwarded those on.
right.
And
I'm
just
seeing
from a
that
timing, I just don't want people to think we.
No, it's a lot of emerging information that.
Correct. That's
that
fine.
managing it is a difficult thing.
That's just geometry. But we're aware of that comment, and there's some geometry there that we could work with, yes.
Okay, and with respect to the comment about the fact that the adjacent property that you referenced, RA6, is not yet built out, will direction be given to your traffic folks to analyze it as it's fully built out as well?
Yes, well, I'll make sure that's conveyed to them,
Okay.
but like DOT said, that they should be doing that. We'll just make sure, because that's
Yeah,
what should
okay,
be
let's
included in their
verify
study.
that. And,
Yes.
Okay, and has an inspection been made as to the, I mean, I know that all this is evolving especially on the roadways, but has inspection been made as regards to the concerns about those two lots at the entrance, 65 and 66?
Yeah, we received that comment about where those driveways would be placed.
Yeah.
And so per the site plan, there's open space there. And I say it's open space, it's landscape entrance space that's been designated. It's called open space. I can show you. Yeah. we'll do that. So these are the two lots she's speaking to, and what the concern is those driveways have to have 50 feet of separation from the center line of the intersection for our entrance. Did I say that right? Yes. Oh, yes, from the straight line. So anyway, there has to be 50 feet there, and their concern is that going to be able to be achieved. Also, we do have, this is denoted as some open space area here. But I think again, the engineer will have to just put his tape down on it and make sure, and then make adjustments if need be. It's the same, it's no different from the other comment about 50 feet of separation between the driveways. Mm-hmm. That applies to your entrance road as well. So it's really one comment. But they were pointing a specific instance because it's not driveway to driveway, but driveway to the intersection.
It's part A and B of the same analysis, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You didn't mention it in this presentation, but I heard you previously mention it, that an effort was made that the perimeter properties were consistent with what perimeter properties were on the other side of the lines. Is that,
Right.
Can you address that?
Sure. I thought I mentioned it, but if I didn't, forgive me. But
I didn't hear you.
where I was talking about is this.
Forgive me.
This is Briarwood here, so this is the only place where we are adjoining another existing subdivision. And so for these lots that stretch from about this point, from where the creek stream crosses here down to here, these lots match up exactly with the adjoining lots in terms of size, width, and so forth, so that there's consistency for back-to-back. The other location where we do have some adjacency is in this area, and our lots are far bigger than the lots that were approved by Cobb County for Phase 2 there.
Okay. And so the areas where the variances and setbacks and lot sizes were requested, is that mainly in that interior island?
Yes, most of the variances apply when you just go to you kind of draw a circle to the interior here and right in here.
Okay.
That's where the minimums are hit, in those interior areas. That's correct.
Thank you both. Kevin, if you could just comment, since staff's recommendation is to delete to RA5, and you've indicated that you're at 4.9 units per acre seeking variances, to what extent would some hardship be imposed, if any, upon Toll Brothers to build at the staff's recommendation of a RA5?
Sure. We don't have an issue with the RA5 designation now that we've, through all of this, we've reduced it down to 91, which is 4.9 units per acre. So at RA5 as a zoning category of no more than 5 units per acre certainly does not bother us. We're fine with that. But it would need to come with the variances, just like we have variances to our proposed RA6. From a hardship to toll and this applicant, it's twofold. Number one, of these adjoining properties, we have a stream that comes through a portion of this property. We decided not to cross that stream and build on what is good buildable land, forcing all of our development on one side, which forces that over to one side. And so that physical element of this property, we believe, demonstrates a hardship. Number two is for all the adjoining properties, we just want to be treated the same. And in fact, better. What we're proposing is better. And so I think from a standpoint of the applicant and the owner, to require this owner to meet standards that nobody else had to meet is patently, I'm going to use the word unfair, but I could use other words, but it's patently unfair. And certainly not receiving the same, similar, or equal treatment.
Okay. He's got.
Sure.
Just one quick question. These will be, will there be a rental restriction?
Oh, yes, there is.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe I just missed that in the step.
I don't think anybody had asked us about it, but we're happy to add a 10% rental restriction, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. But yeah, we're happy to add that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else need to speak to anyone else?
I don't. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Consistent with other actions in today's meeting, I believe waiting for the traffic study would be appropriate, and so I would move to hold this. I would also comment that I am concerned with the variances, and I understand the rationale expressed, and I certainly appreciate that we have a plan now that doesn't cross the creek. But I would ask that consideration be given to, when we come back and look at this again, fewer lots on the property.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Dance, case Z32.
Second.
A motion and a second for Commissioner Boulogne. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. We'll take one more case, and then I think after that, John, we have 5 remaining. Is that correct?
There's 6 cases plus the code amendments.
Okay. So we'll take this case, break for lunch. Call the next case, John.
All right, next case we're going to hear is LDP 21 of 2023. Leslie Gonzalez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the code allows in land lot 795 of the 19th district. The property is located on the north side of Hopkins Court, east of Hopkins Road. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LEP 21, Leslie Gonzalez? Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 21?
Mr. Vice Chair, Board, the applicant is not present, and as you recall, they were not present at the hearing last month.
That is correct, and I think we, the board, attempted to provide them with an additional 30 days in hopes that they would attend and be able to come to this meeting and present their case. Before I make a motion, can you just give staff's recommendation for this case?
Mr. Vice Chairman, the staff's recommendation was to deny the request.
Okay. All right, I think based on the lack of the applicant being here to make their case, staff's recommendation, I would recommend that we recommend denial of this application.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. All right. With that, if it's the pleasure of the rest of my fellow commissioners, break for lunch, back at 1 o'clock. Does that work? Does that work? Okay. Back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Deborah and Kevin. Thank you, and welcome back to the Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing for October 3rd, 2023. John, if you could call our next case.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z38, Benchmark International Incorporated, request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for single-family residences in land lot 770 of the 17th District. The property is located on the west side of Spring Hill Road and on the south side of Simpson Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? One? Okay. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who want to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, Kevin, you can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for that. It'll come up in just a minute. That'll work.
We're ready.
Just waiting for him to pull the outline up, but there it goes. Perfect. Well, good afternoon. Good to see you again today. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Benchmark Homes, Benchmark International, the applicant in this rezoning application. This concerns a tract, almost an acre, located at Simpson Road in the just off of Paces Ferry Road area. The outline of the property is shown on your screen because I think it's important to consider how this is located, the context of how it's located with the surrounding area. It's currently zoned R20. We are proposing a rezoning to RA5. And what you'll notice when you look directly across Simpson Road, all of that area, except for one piece, but you'll see those areas over there, they're zoned RA5 as well, even RA6. That has occurred kind of organically over time with various approvals for doing exactly what Benchmark Homes is proposing for this rezoning today, to rezone it to RA5. In fact, one of the more recent ones is just across the street, also located at the corner of Simpson Road, is RA5. That was rezoned in 2016 from R20 to RA5 for those two lots directly across the street. So what you see there is that this has been ongoing. It's an ongoing, essentially, redevelopment of this area, this residential area, that has allowed for essentially converting it from an R20 type area to an RA5 type area, especially given how close this is. This is Paces Ferry. This is just west of where Paces Ferry crosses over 285. So think Home Depot headquarters. In addition, when you go up just a few blocks from, really one block from this location on Paces Ferry, heading east towards downtown Vinings, there's a development, there's a townhome development done at the kind of the corner triangle intersection that was done there. And then from that has stepped back, and you see the large RA5 and RA6 areas where this has occurred, creating obviously smaller lots, but very, very nice homes. The price points here have remained very strong, and this proposal proposes to keep those price points very strong as well. The projected price points here are well over $1 million for each home, which is very consistent with the area. The homes, in fact, will be largely brick homes with board and batten as well, in a style that's very consistent with what has been built of recent vintage within this particular area. In turn to the site plan itself, this is a small proposed four-house subdivision by Benchmark Homes. So you see the four lots proposed for RA5. These lots are consistent with the lot size requirements for RA5 and meet those requirements here. Again, they are consistent with the RA5 lots and pretty much exactly the same size as the lots that are across Simpson Road, which is right here. Then you have Spring Hill Road and Paces Ferry. So that could give you a further location for the proposed 4 homes. There are a couple of variances, and I want to go through those with you to provide some context to them. Those were supported by your staff, and I can tell you why, because I think it's supported by the context in which they are in. And they're related to really the setbacks. Along Simpson Road, DOT has asked for a dedication, which is a 12-foot right-of-way dedication along Simpson Road, so that it can meet their standard for Simpson Road. That did not occur across the street, but it is proposed for here. So we have a reduction in the required front setback from 40 feet to 15 feet, but that's to accommodate the 12-foot dedication as well. So if absent the dedication, we would have a front setback. Our original plan was having a front setback of a minimum of 25 feet, which was exactly what the front setback is across the street. It's a 25-foot setback for those homes from the right-of-way. But if we're moving the right-of-way line further in by dedication, which is standard for DOT now, we're accomplishing that, but it results in a corresponding reduction in that front setback to accommodate that 12-foot dedication. So it's a little bit of math there, but the end result is, again, where the street is at Simpson Road, it's a local road, it's not going to be widened. So where the curb and where the street is today and how these homes will orient and be located to the street from the visual eye will look the same as those across the street because they're set back that same distance, a minimum of 25 feet from where you see the street today and the right-of-way line today. That also happens along this major side setback here. There's a reduction from the required 25 feet to 15 feet. Again, because we are dedicating 10 feet along that side per DOT's recommendation. And so that's why it's going from 25 to 10 there, again, to accomplish and accommodate that dedication due to the room necessary. But again, we've met it, but once you dedicate it at no cost to the county for that land, a corresponding reduction in the setback is warranted. That also is consistent, which is another reason why I think staff supports this type of variance request. Your actual zoning ordinance does provide one instance in which a certain type of variance you're entitled to, and that is if there's a reduction that's necessary because of the acquisition of right-of-way. When that occurs, your zoning ordinance actually says you're entitled to that variance in that situation where that's occurred. In addition, we do have for Lot 2, which is this lot, a reduction in the required minimum public road frontage from 70 to 60 feet. That's necessitated simply from geometry. We have enough room to meet the minimum 70 foot all the way across. It's just once you provide for appropriate spacing of the houses, appropriate building lots for the houses, that one is 60 feet instead of 70 feet. If y'all said you did not want that, we would simply just rearrange it and could meet it. But I think it's a better layout overall for the homes and for the lots because this ends up somewhat odd shaped. But there's certainly plenty of room for that. It's not a matter of squeezing one in. It's just a matter of making sure it fits appropriately across our frontage. So again, what's being presented to you for your consideration and recommendation is rezoning to RA5. This is consistent with the other side of Simpson Road, very much so. It's consistent with the setbacks on the other side of Simpson Road that are there. It's consistent with the dominant revitalization and redevelopment of this area, this small kind of residential area along Spring Road and Paces Ferry back to Simpson and beyond. And it's consistent with all of those standards. And so as a result, we believe it's appropriate for your recommendation for approval. Your staff has recommended approval. We have submitted a stipulation letter to document these aspects and have been in agreement with all your staff's comments and recommendations as well. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have and certainly respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Now we'll hear from the opposition.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Matt Brown, and I didn't really prepare for this hearing with materials and things like that, but I was able to connect with Mr. Moore yesterday. He's been very helpful, very professional about everything and very offering with information, which is great. But a lot of this I only learned yesterday. I live across the street, so I'm the model for this build. Everyone said, they're doing it over there, so we can do it over here. And the rezoning, that's the area. I get that part. I'm not, they're a builder. I know they have to develop the area. They bought it. I just think it's too many houses. I think the variances are a little overreaching. And I think 4 houses in that spot is a lot, especially when you look at the disproportional nature of where those 3 houses sit and then the 4th house on the end. I mean, they're jamming 3 houses into, if you look across the street, into the area they put 2 houses in across the street. They're both long, skinny lots. So across the street, they went horizontal. Benchmark's trying to go vertical and jam them in, and you're gonna have 3 driveways coming out right by that intersection, which is a very dangerous intersection. Not a month ago, somebody drove a truck right off that into the house diagonally across from me over the guardrail. And there's a curve around over there too, so the sight line, so you see my house is set all the way in. You can't see it up here. I don't know if we can get back to the picture with the houses, but it just seems like it's, my house is directly across the street. Those first 2 houses basically would be facing kind of my house. And I have a lot of room on the side too that I, can't build on. So the variance is significant to get that close to Simpson Road. I believe the 12 feet and the 10 feet should be attached to this project if there's 2 houses on it. So those requests from the county about those rights of way, I think are necessary either way. But when you put 4 houses there, I just think it's too much. The drainage, all the water from the street runs into that corner lot, and it fills up a lot when it rains. So there's real drainage issues over there as well. And if they're building, their whole plot is below, it's about 6 feet down. So behind them to Paces Ferry Road, it goes up. So I'm not sure where all that water is gonna go. I don't know how high they're building up, but there's gonna be drainage issues for sure. So really, I just object to the variances and the number of houses on there. They seem like a very good builder. Like I said, Mr. Moore's great. I have no issues with them, and I'm happy that they're coming to develop. I just think it's too many houses, basically.
All right. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of distinguishing characteristics between the development across the street and this one. Either way, it was a spec house. I had no say in how that house was built. I just bought it after it was built. But that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Sure. All right, that concludes the hearing from the opposition. This is in District 2, so Commissioner Anderson will be leading our discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I would like to have John Peterson with planning walk through the planning analysis on this. I think the recommendation was to approve, but with some stipulations, and so just wanted to understand the rationale behind that, and given some of the variances and the future land use category that applies to this site.
Okay. The staff did recommend the approval or the application be approved, subject to the site plan they submitted, water comments, DOT comments, and fire comments. And we did find in our analysis that the proposed use would be consistent with other properties in the area. Cornelius, can you put up the GIS map? That's it. Yeah, if you look at this map right here, you can see that the area is kind of peppered with all kinds of zoning districts, including the cluster home district that the applicant's asking for, RA5. So in the area, you got RA5, R20, RA6, RD, and I think there's some R15 further west. So the staff, looked at the use, looked at the adjacent nearby zonings and found that the proposal would be consistent with other zonings in the area. The staff did not think it was going to adversely affect adjacent or nearby properties because what they're proposing is consistent with the area, including the houses across the street that are the newer houses. The one point that they aren't meeting is the future land use map. Future land use map is showing this as low-density residential, but this is clearly not a low-density area by the approved zonings on all sides of the property. We did recommend approval, subject to all the variances that were shown on the site plan. And two of the variances Mr. Moore covered are kind of due to their proposed right-of-way donations to Cobb DOT. For instance, variance number 3, they want to reduce the front setback from 40 feet to 15 feet for lots 1 through 4. And there is a 12-foot right-of-way donation along Simpson Road they are given to Cobb DOT. And then variance number 5, they're reducing their major side setback from 25 to 15, and that's primarily due to a 10-foot right-of-way dedication. And Mr. Moore is correct. There is an administrative variance process they can apply for if this was approved to get that done a different way. But then otherwise, Mr. Moore did cover variance number 1, which is to reduce the public road frontage from lot 2 from 60 to 70 feet. They could get that if they wanted to, but this is probably the best layout, what's shown in the book. And then there's one other variance to reduce the rear setback from 40 feet to 25 feet. And that would just be consistent with the other RE5s in the area as far as the rear setback goes.
Great, thank you. And follow-up question on that. The RA5 across the street, were there any variances?
Yes, there were. And I was trying to look those up real quick before you called on me, Commissioner Anderson. So, and I see Mr. Moore approaching, so he might have some more information about the variances.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless John, I'm happy to answer. I did pull it so I could have that information.
I love John's voice, but you'll do for now.
Okay. Yeah, the setbacks for the RA5 across the street, those setbacks were a 25-foot front, a 5-foot side, and a 20-foot rear. All variances at the time.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure. And for comparison purposes, we are proposing a 15-foot front, but that's because of the 12-foot dedication. So that's really apples to apples, we're the same there. Our rear setback is 25 feet to their 20, and we have 15 feet between structures. So same general setup.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, and thank you, John. Do fellow commissioners have any more questions of planning? Okay. All right, and can I just have stormwater? Andrew? He's not, okay. Never mind, I'll come back. Can I have DOT come up just for a moment? Thank you, Lydia.
Ligia Floren, DOT.
Lydia. One of the recommendations, just wanted to confirm for the site, Lot 4, I think, has a driveway that looks a little bit shorter than what you would otherwise require. Can you talk a little bit about any compliance with driveway depths or lengths? Any comments related to that?
Sure, yes. So yes, the driveway at parcel 4 or lot 4 will be less than the standard that we usually require, which is 25 feet from the right-of-way to the structure. But as was mentioned before, it is due to the right-of-way donation that will be given 12 feet. And a car that is parked outside of the garage will be infringing upon the right-of-way, which we usually frown upon. But in this case, obviously, this is a local road that goes to a dead end at this point, so we will be okay with that minor infringement of a car parked on the outside of the garage.
Great. All right. Any other questions of my fellow commissioners? Great, thank you very much. That was it. And then can I have Tim Davidson come up to speak on sanitary constraints on the site?
Yeah, Tim Davidson, Cobb County Water.
Hi, Tim.
Hi.
Hey. Tim, can you just talk through what, given some of the existing conditions and access, what would be required in terms of connection to sewer, whether that can be handled on-site, or is that something where they'd have to tap into another connection?
Can you turn on the sanitary layer? Yeah, sanitary, as I mentioned in my comments, it's several hundred feet east in Estes Lane, I believe, is the nearest sanitary sewer, and that seems to be the direction gravity wants to take it. I think the high point of the property is kind of on, I think, Lot 1, but most of the property wants to flow east. So that's naturally the way it's going to go.
Great.
I mean, if they did some severe grading on site, they may be able to take it west. There's sewer in that direction too, but it's unlikely. But either way, whatever they can work out, it's up to them. But
Okay.
The gist of it is because they're subdividing the lots of that size, they have to get to sanitary sewer.
Okay, so they have to connect publicly. They can't be any on-site treatment.
Well, I'm sorry.
There can't be any on-site sanitary.
It cannot be
Right,
septic
has to be.
tanks. No, the code wouldn't allow.
Okay, great. I know you're not talking about storm, but just given that they're connected, just to confirm, storm would be handled lot by lot on this
Well,
particular plan,
I
as
spoke
opposed
to Andrew briefly about that because his comment worked in a question about whether it's going to be on septic or not. Because I think the suggestion by the applicant was to have on-site stormwater treatment. And Andrew's comment was to ensure that there's not going to be also a wastewater septic system on site.
Yep.
So that there's adequate room. And the answer to that is obviously no, there won't be a septic system.
Right.
So at least that allows for some room for some type of stormwater management.
Okay.
Beyond that, I won't be able to answer too many questions about that.
Okay, that's no problem. I know a lot of this is site plan review. Just trying to see if, usually we see subdivisions like this have a detention pond, but based on the staff comments, it seems like, given the topography of the site, there would not be necessarily, at least as of now, potentially a need for that.
Sounds like he was open to it, but obviously
it might
details need to
come
be
back.
worked out.
Okay. Got it. Great, thank you. Oh, any other questions?
Stormwater is back. His staff is here now if you have a specific question for them.
Yeah, I'll take just one quick question of stormwater here.
Hey, Andrew Heath, Stormwater Management.
Yes, Andrew, just for a site like this, I think we talked about this, does not require at this stage one of these lots to be actually a detention pond lot, if they're connecting, as Mr. Davidson just said, to public sanitary sewer?
Yes, that's right. And of course, connecting to sanitary sewer, as Tim was saying, is a prerequisite for that because that would be a lot to put on one lot if you had to do something on each lot. But as you were mentioning, the topography is such that the entire property doesn't want to conveniently drain to a central location like where we would normally have a detention pond. And so it kind of lends itself better to doing something to manage stormwater management on each lot. But of course, we could only do that if they can connect to sanitary. So Tim has confirmed that that's a requirement. So I think we're good to go.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Commissioners? Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, I think the context on the, just a quick comment and then a motion. First of all, questions, was there anyone else, any of my fellow commissioners wanted to call up? Okay, great. Just a quick comment. The commentary on the RA5 across the street was very helpful in terms of understanding their variances. That actually, I think, at the edges, maybe altered my thinking a little bit. given that there were some variances associated with that particular project. My recommendation at this time would be to recommend approval, but I have a couple changes to the stipulation letter and some other additional. So I would delete stipulation 4 and replace it with the following. Proposed residences shall have a minimum of 2,700 square feet and greater. I would also add a stipulation that all units are to be for sale. Add a stipulation that if determined that a dedicated stormwater detention pond is required, an HOA be formed. That's mostly to oversee maintenance of it. All lots will have a minimum of 25-foot distance from outside the right-of-way to the garage structures. Minimum of 15, well, I was going to say a minimum of 15 feet between the homes, but I think that's already captured in the site plan. So, but I will put that in there just so it's explicit. Requirement that each home has a separate driveway, so no shared parkways. Development and construction hour limitations of the following: 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturdays, and no work on Sundays unless approved by the district commissioner. And then and the requirement also that all homes have a minimum of 2-car garages that cannot be converted into living space or used solely for storage.
All right.
That is my motion.
All right, we have a motion.
Oh, wait. All staff comments and recommendations as well. And the stipulation letter date was September 25th, 2023.
Okay. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Anderson. We have a second.
Second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Boulogne. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. John, we're ready for the next.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z39, Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Request rezoning from GC to RRC for multifamily residential in land lot 603 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of South Service Road, west of Six Flags Parkway. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39?
No.
Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
Can you kind of go out a little bit more? I think it just gives us a better sense of it. You keep going, if you don't mind. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, we're ready when you are, Kevin.
Thank you, Commissioners, and good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of Tunnel to Towers Foundation in this application for rezoning of this property. The property is identified here on South Service Road. You can see it's just off of I-20 at the top, coming off of Riverside Parkway as South Service Road, kind of takes you over to Six Flags proper across the street. This property currently has been a Wingate Hotel. We can throw out various adjectives for the state of that hotel. a state of severe disrepair, derelict. You could go on and on. It has not had a lot of what I would consider to be required maintenance has been absolutely deferred as a hotel for quite some time. Tunnel to Towers Foundation, I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't share with you who that is. I was not aware of this foundation and the just incredibly marvelous work that they do across the country, really, until this application and getting to meet them. Tunnel to Towers Foundation was founded as a result of a gentleman named Stephen Siller. He was a firefighter in New York, off duty on September 11th, 2001. He was off duty, actually going to go play golf. Came across his scanner, what was happening. Immediately turned around, picked up his 60 pounds of gear, drove to the Brooklyn Tunnel to try to get to the towers. By that time, it was secured and blocked, so he couldn't get through. Got out of his vehicle, put on his 60 pounds of gear, and ran. Ran through the tunnel and ran all the way to the tower and went up and saved countless lives before losing his own on that day. There's lots of folks that did that day in various capacities. His particular story is just real impactful. But what's even almost more impactful is then what his family did beyond that in beginning this foundation, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, that is dedicated, and their mission is to assist first responders and also veterans with various issues that they have, but primarily related to housing. And they have done a tremendous job since then in putting together their programs with the aim being to help first responders and their families through assistance and various other means, as well as their homeless veteran programs, which they have really developed a mission around as well. They've raised over $500 million since then over this time for these purposes. They've helped in the even last year, over 1,000 veterans find their housing problem addressed. They're on pace for 3,000 and exponentially more going forward to help homeless veterans. And that's just one of their programs. This is one of such programs aimed specifically at converting this derelict hotel into a permanent housing for homeless veterans through their programming. And let me tell you a little bit about that. This hotel currently has about 103, 105 rooms. It would be completely renovated inside and out to have somewhere between 90 and 95 individual homes, units for homeless veterans. And I want to be real clear. This is designed to provide for permanent housing for homeless veterans, to take them from a state of where they're homeless to a state where they have a home, from a state where they don't have, or they've lost maybe some of their dignity, to a place where they can regain that. This is not a shelter. It's a place where 90 to 95 currently homeless veterans that are in the area can now find a home. They also have, as part of that, as you might suspect, but they have extensive programming that is part of their, part of how they achieve this mission. That programming is there to support these veterans in various ways, whether it's support them in job, life training, support them in the efforts with their families to reconnect, also there to support in the event that they've had a history or have a past problem with substance abuse. They have support for that all along. What it's not there to do is address, for example, because we get that question and have, is this going to be where they can receive, they have a substance abuse problem currently? No. If a veteran shows up that wants to live there and has that current problem, what they do, they have partnerships across the region with local partnerships, national partnerships. They will then make sure and take that veteran to the right place that can address that specific problem. That's not what this particular home is about. This conversion for addressing homeless veterans is to take the homeless veteran who can't figure out how to get back on his feet, who's been displaced for one reason or the other, but who has a real desire to do that, and give them a place, a home, and begin that process so he can reconnect get a job, have a place to live, reconnect with his family if need be, but have a place and have the support services there so that he doesn't go backwards, or he or she does not go backwards. This home would have 24-hour security. This property would be completely re-landscaped, completely renovated, as I said, and we have the picture of what it would look like once renovated, and you can see the type of job that Tunnel to Towers does. They do everything in a first-class manner. Their motto is, we don't build it unless we would live in it. So they build and renovate for that purpose so that it can be a true home and a true permanent home for them for as long as they need it for those purposes. As part of applying for this application, the only category that was available was to rezone this property from GC to RRC to provide for this type of project. Our stipulation letter dated, I think, September 25th as well, does stipulate, which is consistent really with a portion of staff's recommendation and our discussions amongst the community, for approval of this for Tunnel to Towers Foundation only and for this use only. If anybody wants to in the future, hopefully this will survive a long time and do very well and flourish and really help be part of the transformation of this particular area. But anything else would have to come back before the full board for any type of approval other than that use. Staff, though, has recommended that the GC zoning remain in place and that a special land use permit be granted to allow for this proposed use and for this proposed user. So it's tomato in a certain sense. I understand where staff has come from and on this, that they don't want to have the RRC designation as a zoning category here. We're perfectly fine with that, perfectly comfortable with that. The other thing that staff had stated in their recommendations was that it comply with the hotel suite conditions that are listed in the ordinance. There's about 15 specific conditions if you're going to build a suite hotel. And those conditions vary from landscaping plan and those types of things. But the last one is that the hotel units cannot be converted into apartments or condominiums. But that's exactly what we're doing here, is we're proposing to convert the hotel rooms to apartments, but it's permanent housing for the homeless veteran population pursuant to their programming. So I don't want that to trip us up. We're accepting of staff's recommendation. We just would like for that one condition to be deleted and instead state that it cannot be converted to market rate apartments or condominiums, which we think addresses the core issue that they have had today. And I have a supplemental letter that just states that I'll submit to Ms. Stone here to just address that one issue that's kind of an anomaly in the ordinance. Again, we think this is a fabulous project. We have had a community outreach where we have specifically reached out to the various, not only stakeholders in the area, but community organizations, had multiple conversations and meetings with Mapleton Improvement Coalition, who, as you've seen from their letter of support. In addition, we met with Six Flags and their leadership, which is across the street there, and they have earnestly, vigorously supported this application and this project and have become a true partner with us in their letter of support. It's a fabulous letter if you'd ever get a chance to read it from Six Flags. In addition, to our rear is the Riverside Epicenter project, which is another fantastic project that was done by Word of Faith Church called Riverside Epicenter. We met with Bishop Bronner specifically, sat down and went through this, and he also, that's Bishop Bronner of Word of Faith Church, also submitted a letter of support that likewise is beautiful when you read it. We also reached out to the city of Mapleton and their mayor, Mayor Owens, and had very great conversations of support from him as well. So we've tried to cover the bases here and make sure that we reached out and fully explain what was proposed for this project, and think that they've done a fantastic job. Gavin Newsom is here, flew down from New York. As you can imagine, they're based out of New York today. He can answer questions.
Not the governor of California.
I mean Naples, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's from me reading the news this morning. I'm sorry, Gavin. Okay. I just flew off there, Gavin Naples, I'm sorry. Yeah. But Gavin Naples is here, flew down from New York. Can also answer your questions. So thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Kevin. And seeing as that there was no opposition, this is in District 4, so I'll lead the discussion on this particular application. Kevin, just a couple of questions that I have for you.
Sure.
What are you able to say what the capital investment is for this type of project, roughly, give or take?
15? Yeah, 15 million.
So about a $15 million. That's
correct.
acquisition, renovation cost, everything.
That's
all
correct.
in. Okay.
Just to get to that point, it's 15 million, which they've already have allocated, budgeted, and already spending.
Okay.
So it's already there. That
Okay. And then as I look at the aerial map here, I see parking. I'm just curious, do the clients have vehicles? How will parking be used in this case? I'm just curious.
if you want to answer, Gavin, but I can kind of, yeah, it's remaining. We're not proposing to tear it up. We'll be putting additional landscaping in. But we'll have, we have a lot more employees that will be in program partners that will be there than you would typically have for a hotel, for example. So I know that accounts for some of it as well as some of the other things. But Gavin, if you want to go ahead.
Okay.
Gavin Naples.
Thank you very much for having us here today. Yes, to answer your question directly, we have dedicated transportation that's privately funded by the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, but we also work with veterans to get their license, to get back on the road to financial stability. So permanent residents do have vehicles, yes, sir.
Okay. And I had other questions, but Kevin, I think you at least addressed a lot of them. Well, let me back up. Is your model, is it usually ground-up construction or conversion of an existing property, or does it a little bit of both?
So we do both. We have a hotel renovation model that you're seeing here. We're completing a full substantial renovation of a similar hotel in Houston, Texas. It'll be done in about 2 weeks. We can definitely share with you the progress of that. We also have ground-up construction that we do throughout the nation through the use of modular units. You wouldn't know the difference from that from any sort of stick-built, but it's quality controlled and a lot quicker. Every night that a veteran spends on the street is a night they don't get back, so we move as quickly as humanly possible. As Kevin said, these are fully funded programs and projects, and the hotel conversion model, if we're able to overcome the hurdles, is able to be effectuated a lot quicker than a new development. We can usually have a hotel conversion done in approximately 8 months.
Do you typically have a waiting list to get into these facilities?
Yes, so we work with other organizations throughout the state, local, and federal, as well as the VA. We met with the VA at Home Depot headquarters a few months back, very supportive of this project. The Cobb County Housing Authority, Marietta Housing Authority, all very supportive. And there is a lot of interest for this as well, given the fact that there are wraparound services 24/7 there. It's not enough to just provide a house to a veteran. You have to address the root causes of why they are homeless and work to rehabilitate and reintegrate those veterans back into society. That's our ultimate objective here. I just also want to note that we are not federally funded, and we're not constrained by certain federal definitions that can force other programs into issues, we'll call them. This is not something that's just for chronically homeless veterans. These are for low-income and moderate-income veterans, and that blend creates a much more therapeutic model for everyone. To any sort of, obviously, we go to the largest metro areas throughout the United States where the rates of veteran homelessness are highest, and that's why we're, coming to Atlanta and Houston and Florida and New Jersey, Portland, Seattle, LA. We have a project for over 3,000 veterans in LA. But the second prong of our model is our National Case Management Network. And that is anywhere in the United States where a veteran is experiencing homelessness, they can call our organization, and we provide them with direct financial assistance to get them rapidly housed. And we work with over 1,000 organizations nationwide to provide that supportive service on a more remote type deal. But these are for couples and families. We've housed over, as Kevin mentioned, we're on track to house over 3,000 veterans, hundreds of children this year alone. That will grow exponentially in the years to come. But to any notion that there may be more than 95 or 90 veterans in the area that are seeking this, no veteran is left out on the street. So if we're at full occupancy, we take care of them. Our mission is to eradicate homelessness nationwide.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. As I was starting to say earlier, 24-hour security on staff on site as well. This is permanent housing for homeless veterans. And then I note here in your original letter, September 25th stipulation letter, you've agreed to an architectural review committee and a landscape committee, correct, for reviews. Okay. I'll stop there to see if any of my fellow commissioners have questions.
For the record, yeah, that's correct. That's included in our stipulation letter.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the mission of the organization and for all the support you do for the veteran community. The one question I had, just apologize if this was clear to everyone. Are they renting? Are veterans renting spaces within this? Is this?
Yes,
or is it
it's
loan-
a permanent residential unit, and they pay no more than 30% of their income.
Okay.
Which is in line with the HUD-VASH vouchers that they would come in with. But if there's a veteran that's struggling that does not have a voucher or a sustainable path to pay that rent, we cover that gap personally and work with them to get their vouchers and their applicable, Veterans Affairs benefits to set them up on that path of sustainability.
And how long does a vet typically stay within your environment?
These are permanent units. Our desire is that they eventually graduate our site and go on to buy their own homes or reconnect with their family. But for a lot of veterans, especially veterans that are experiencing homelessness, they're a little bit older and they have a little bit more trouble reintegrating into society. So this is a permanent place for them. I think you'll find that there are a lot of transitional programs that are federally funded and bring veterans off the street for a matter of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But then the funding runs out for that particular veteran, and they have to go to another site. So we are positioning ourselves as the permanent housing providers nationwide for this issue so that people have a permanent place to call home.
Okay, great. Thank you for explaining that, clarifying that for me.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. That's all I have for you guys. I've got a question of staff now. John, if you could just, I know staff is recommending approval, but deleting this to the SLUP. I think the applicant's representative has indicated a potential way to address some of what the situation may be created by going with the SLUP. Have y'all has staff had a chance to review what they're proposing?
Yeah, so we have, and I did talk to Mr. Moore about that one condition that was a sticking point for him in the general commercial code regarding suite hotels. And we're amenable to the letter he just passed out, which deletes requirement number 15 that prohibits these conversion to apartment units.
So you're okay with that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any other questions of staff? Okay. Well, I want to applaud the applicant for your mission. Certainly something needed, not only in Cobb, but certainly nationwide. I also want to applaud you for working with the community to garner support for this important project from Word of Faith, Six Flags, and also working with Mableton Improvement Coalition as well. I think based on that, I'm ready to offer up a motion to recommend support of the application subject to staff's recommendations as well as the applicant's representative's letter of September 5th, 2023, and their letter of October 2nd, 2023 as well. And I think the lack of opposition to it, I would like to see if we can put this on consent as well. That would be my motion. That's a great point, actually. Thinking that through a little bit further, my last point there about putting it on consent, Commissioner Dance's mission, this might be something that people want to hear about. So if it's the pleasure of the group, let's keep it off consent and hear the case in a couple of weeks. But with that, I want to offer up my support of recommended approval of this application, and that is my recommendation. Staff comments and recommendations. Yes.
Second.
All right, we have a second for Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion approves 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, the next zoning case has a companion special land use permit case with it. Would it be the board's desire to hear both cases together?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, rezone case Z42 of 2023, William and Lydia Tiku request rezoning from CF to NRC for a climate-controlled self-storage facility in land lot 583 of the 18th District. The
The property is located on the south side of Blair Bridge Road, east of Thornton Road. Together with a special land use permit SLEP 7 of 2023, William and Lydia Taku request a special land use permit for a climate-controlled self-storage facility on land lot 583 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Blair Bridge Road, east of Thornton Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to Z42 or SLEP 7? Two? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
That was a hard one to follow up. Great job. It really is. Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and board members. For the record, my name is David Meyer. I'm the owner of DGM Land Planning Consultants and designer of our current site plan. Today I'm representing William and Lydia Taku, co-applicants of Z42 and Special Land Use Permit 723. Mr. Peterson did a very thorough job of summarizing our petition, so I won't rehash that information, but I'm certainly glad to answer any questions that might need clarification. As you've seen in our package prepared by Cobb County staff, our petition is to rezone the 1.1 acre site from its existing future commercial classification to NRC, neighborhood retail commercial. My clients, William and Lydia Taku, are originally from the country of Cameroon, and I just tell you this, they've been a pleasure to work with. William is actually an attorney here in Cobb County, and Lydia is a pastor with Beautiful Life Ministries south of Atlanta. They've been here for many years. They're a wonderful family. Like I said, they've been a pleasure to work with, and they want to invest in the Mapleton community. They've selected what I would consider to be a prime site to do this, and I have no doubt that their self-storage facility will be very well built, managed, and will be an asset to the Mapleton area. I want to bring to your attention several salient points that I think would lend support to our petition. One is in no particular order, but our request for NRC zoning is completely congruent with your future land use plan, which designates this as an NAC, Neighborhood Activity Center. Noise will not be an issue here as it would be for any type of residential development since, of course, it backs up to Interstate 20. Commercial development is already adjacent to and in this immediate area, so it really is a perfect fit. Also, we are situated, and I want to show this photo, probably the first one. Let's see. Yes, sir. That's perfect. And I'll bring this up again in a few minutes. We're actually just inside Cobb County. This is a view taken from the inner loop looking toward our site, which is the cleared patch of kudzu in the middle. Our development is actually 70 feet above the surface of I-20. If you were entering Cobb County from Douglas County, to the left of the screen, you have a huge buffer of trees off our site, exactly right in there, which unless you just happen to look up at the right time, you'll miss seeing it up on the hill. Notwithstanding that, our construction is going to be very nice anyway, but I would not agree that this is the first thing you see when you enter Cobb County. I think we're blessed to have the buffer of trees right there, and topography, of course. There continues to be an expanding market for the self-storage units in the area, as well as in most other areas of the county. Like you, I have also looked around and seen there are a lot of these, but there does continue to be an evolving market. Maybe we just hoard too much junk as Americans. I know I do, so maybe that's the reason for it. I don't mean junk, but extra stuff, right? Extra Space Storage is a franchise management company that purchases and manages these projects from different developers. And at this juncture, the Takus are undecided. They may indeed end up partnering with Extra Space Storage or a similar company to build and to manage this structure as it proceeds. However, that being said, regardless, they are certainly in agreement to providing superior construction. They've not, at this juncture, engaged an architect simply because they would want to see, of course, if they're going to get approval for the rezoning of it. But like I said, they're willing to agree to stipulations. I can assure you the design will meet or exceed the fine job that's been done in these other two photographs. These are These are quick photos that they provided with me, and I'm going to provide some more, which I'll talk about in a minute. This is the extra space storage. As you can see, you're looking at brick and rock faces, all sides, and I think there's one more. This is the main office as you approach, but I'm willing to provide some additional photographs, as I'll explain in just a minute, if that helps out. Okay. One area that came up in plan review, or one comment, was impervious surface. I have since calculated that since that meeting. We're actually at 48.5%. The allowable is 70%, if I'm correct on that. So we're well within the maximum impervious. I've spoken with Becca Ford and Robin Meyer, both of Mableton Improvement Coalition, and I think you'll hear from Ms. Meyer in just a minute here. She has a great last name. I told her we spell it the same too, but no relation. We certainly respect their comments and concerns, and I wanted to answer them in a letter, or from a letter rather, dated September 27th that I believe you were also provided with. And since receiving this letter, I missed an earlier email by them. Much to their credit, they contacted us over a week ago. Somehow I missed the email, but they had asked for some more information. I think we provided that to them now. But as was explained to me earlier, the coalition, they vote together on how they're going to make a stance on a case, and they've already made a stance to ask for denial on this one just because of the information. But we provided that to them, and I wanted to explain that right here real quick if I could. They are asking we can't support the required floor area ratio and building variance is required. We're fine with the 0.75% required by staff. We show over that in this one, but we're more than willing to take that square footage down. And that would mostly involve, this is 3 floors, or 2 floors, I should say, with a basement. I'm not quite sure how that's measured, but we would have 23,000 plus or minus square feet on the first 2 floors. And the difference of that to make up 59,000 square feet, we're now showing something like 89 or well above that, 7.75. Long story short, we're totally willing to stay at 0.75. We're also willing to stay at 35 feet maximum height. I'm confident we can achieve this without a problem. So that takes care of probably the biggest issues that Mableton Improvement Coalition has with our case, but Ms. Meyer will expand on that in just a minute. No renderings have been provided. As I said, they've not engaged an architect at this point, but we are willing to provide additional photographs and information on that. The impression of entering from South Cobb to motorists on the interstate, we just spoke about that. We're well above. I would disagree that that's a problem, but the site exists. It is where it is, so that's that could be just a matter of opinion. No information is available about security precautions, planned landscaping, or location of dumpster. I can assure you we'll abide by anything. We can show some conceptual landscaping on the plan that goes before Board of Commissioners as well. That's not a problem. Security issues, I'm not sure in addition to what is normally done, what they're asking for, but we're certainly open to discussing that as well. That all having been said, we would prefer not to postpone this unless necessary. We believe we provided and agreed to all pertinent information at this juncture. And as you know, we were previously on the consent agenda. Again, we certainly respect the coalition's comments, and we're very happy to engage their concerns. We agreed to putting together a stipulation letter outlining their comments as well as the staff comments, and we're in agreement with each of those two, by the way. We will provide more sample photos of buildings. Ms. Meyer pointed out to me that self-storage, I can't say the name of it again, I'm sorry. It's not really a tongue twister. Extra space storage, thank you. Their products, actually, several of their locations have much inferior products, and those are not the ones we were talking about. Those are probably ones that they acquired. We'll provide some additional photographs and put into writing, too, of what kind of construction we're agreeable to. Let's see, whatever. I think that covers everything there. As of today, we've received no other emails, letters, phone calls in objection to our petition. Again, I thank your professional staff for assisting us as always and answering our questions related to this application. We appreciate your consideration and respectfully ask for your approval of Z42 and 723 special land use permit. Again, we don't feel it's necessary to hold this, but of course, if it means holding versus voting to reject our petition, then that's the way it is. But we feel we provided all the information. We're agreeable to it, and we probably just should have had this a little bit sooner. So Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We would very much like this application to be treated just as all other applications are, where the community has the opportunity to see the plan proposed, ask questions, get answers, and get those answers in writing on the record before decisions are made. But that's not really where we are here this afternoon. As you know from our letter and from Mr. Meyer's presentation, our concerns primarily resolve around the existing site plan that requires the variances for the floor area ratio and the height variance. We've heard Mr. Meyer say that they can abide by that, but we don't know what that site plan looks like. And we don't know what the building looks like. We've seen the same two photos you saw, and that does not give me a sense of what this building will look like. It's great that those trees buffer one of the four sides of the building. I don't think if you've driven Georgia's interstates that you can count on DOT to keep those trees there forever. So we're very interested in what that side of the building looks like as well. Although extra space storage has been mentioned as a brand, that's apparently not something that's certain. We don't have a stipulations letter, so other than the testimony that I've just heard and conversations that we've had with Mr. Meyer, we don't have these promises in a form that we can count on. And for us, that is a reason to, frankly, because when we wrote this letter, we'd not been able to communicate at all. We recommended denial. But at least at a minimum, that's a reason to continue this application until that information can be provided in writing for the community to review. The security issues that we're interested in have to do with will there be camera systems? What are the operational hours? This is a very isolated piece of property. Other than the traffic, the little bit of traffic that goes up and down this part of Blair Bridge Road, this is the only building around. The building next to it is only open during the day, as best I understand, or perhaps it has been converted to a church. I understand that's a possibility too. It didn't appear that way when I drove by. But for customers coming to this location, they're not in a busy commercial area, despite the fact that the interstate is behind this building. So how will they be kept safe in this area? And I appreciate also that the property owners are members of the community and interested in doing the right thing. But we're never about zoning the current applicant or the current property owners. We're about what this property will have as zoning requirements going forward. If this application for a storage facility were to be approved in this zoning cycle, it's quite possible that the current owners would never build this storage facility, that the property would be sold and someone else would build the storage facility. So it's very important, as you well know, that we have clear, concise, and direct stipulations or conditions related to any approval that might happen here. So with that, I would ask that that you continue this application so that Mr. Meyer will have the opportunity to provide this information that's been requested and give you the full information you need to make a decision and give us the full information that we need to make a recommendation about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there are no additional comments from the opposition, this is also in District 4, and I'll leave the discussion on this particular application. I'll just start with staff. John, could you share staff's recommendation with respect to this application?
The staff recommendation for the rezoning application and a special land use permit is to approve both applications. And there are a number of conditions that the staff has suggested that would help address some of the comments. For instance, proposed stipulation number 1 states that the district commissioners to approve the final site plan, which is what we typically see in District 4 and other districts. Number 2, district commissioner to approve the final building elevations. Number 3, district commissioner to approve the lighting plan.
Number 4, FAR not to exceed .75. Number 5, height of building not to exceed 35 feet. Number 6, landscaping plan to be approved by county arborists with emphasis on planting within the parking facilities. Number 7, adherence to landscape enhancement strip regulations. And number 8, fire department comments, recommendations. Number 9, water and sewer division comments, recommendations. Number 10, stormwater management division comments, recommendations. And number 11, Department of Transportation comments, recommendations. So staff believes there's a number of conditions we put in that would address a lot of the comments.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're familiar with this site and particularly this exit off of I-20. Been through there many times, and the site sits a bit on of a knoll, so to speak. So it's got a real prominent location. It seems as though we, the applicant and maybe the community, haven't had a chance to really sit down and work out all of the details. And I think there would be some benefit to both those groups taking maybe the next 30 days to talk through some of those details as it relates to updating the site plan to reflect dumpster locations, what the exterior architectural material, exterior of the building will look like, and also to address questions regarding security and how that will be treated as well. So I think based on that, and let me stop there and ask if my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments regarding this application before I go any further. Okay. With that, then I'd like to recommend that we hold this case for 30 days and give the applicant and the community some time to meet and discuss this application, to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the community. Give them some time, give the applicant some time to refine what their proposal a little bit more and have that presented to the community. And to bring forward a written stipulation letter for staff and this planning commission to review. And that would be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. I'm sorry. Yes. And same motion applies to SLUP 7.
Second.
2023. Motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Also passes 4-0. Thank you. Next case, John.
All right, moving into land use permits. LEP 22, Mark Hurtado requests a temporary land use permit for a conversion of buses into RVs in land lot 953 in the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Hill Road, west of C.H. James Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 22? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
All right, sir, we're ready. Please go ahead and present your case.
Just applying for a land of use permit. I was going to apply for a general commercial, but they said that I couldn't live in the house, so they told me this would be the best thing to do. I can't park the buses on my property because they're too heavy. They weigh over 12,500 pounds is the weight limit, so they exceed that. And I was not aware of that before I purchased 6 buses.
So you've purchased 6 buses. They're on the site.
They're in my backyard except for one. You can't see them.
And you're converting them into RVs to be sold from your home? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll be selling them on the internet.
Okay. And I understand this is, let me see, there were complaints received from folks from code enforcement?
No, just code enforcement seen the bus sitting outside because they were going to cite someone in the neighborhood, up the
Okay.
street, and he looked up the weight on the bus, and that's how it all got started.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
I wasn't aware of the fact I couldn't have a bus. So technically, you can't even park an RV in your residence.
You also have auto parts in the yard. You also have auto parts in the yard as well, as I understand?
No, all that's been cleaned up.
Okay. And how long, so you've been in business for how long?
Maybe since like April of this year.
And you've owned all 6 buses since then? You've been working on them?
I'm working on one at a time. I purchased all of them pretty close together.
Okay.
They're really cheap coming off of a government website. Like, let's say Cobb County wants to get rid of their buses, that's what they do with them. When they retire their fleet and bring in new buses.
So there was a notice of violation issued back in June of this year?
Yeah, I'm going to court on that in a few days, actually, sometime this month.
Okay. All right. So you understand that type of activity typically isn't allowed on residential property, correct?
No,
You didn't know?
no, not when I have 2 acres.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now for you. Let me defer to my colleagues to see if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you just tell me, when you do this conversion, what kind of stuff do you have to do?
I take the seats out.
Okay.
I put floor down.
Okay.
I cover the walls where the walls are existing. I usually, as of now, I'm not covering the windows. I can. I make a small frame, 2x3 instead of 2x4, so it's a little smaller to save space. And I do that all the way around the bus. I put a bathroom in, I put a kitchen, shower, everything. It'll be a full functioning RV. It'll have clean tank, dirty tank for water. It'll have solar panels on the roof, and it'll have a power inverter to change the AC to change it to AC.
So is there welding involved in the process?
Welding?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't do any welding.
What's the frame attached with?
Wood, screws.
All screws?
Mm-hmm. I just screw to the surface of the bus. It's all metal.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess typically, I'm just throwing this out, hours of operation, when do you do this? Is it up at 8, and you work till 5? I mean, how does that work?
Yes, just during the day. I don't ever work any time past those hours right there, 8 to 5.
Do you have employees
No.
to come assist you?
No, just myself. I do this all by myself.
Do you store materials on site?
Any materials I keep, I'll keep in another bus. Just a little bit of lumber, maybe, like 2x4s, and finished pieces of wood that I use. Other than that, there's no real material involved.
Any noise, vibrations?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm using a drill gun to do everything and a power saw. No more noise than they're making across the street from me building that subdivision and the one they're fixing to build next to me. They should have bought my house instead of offering me $240,000 for my 2 acres. They paid $1.2 million for 5. I would have took $500,000. Do the math, that's what it breaks down to. Then I could have went to Mexico.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm just trying to make a living, honestly. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to park a bus on the property. If I wouldn't have left the one sitting out in the front yard, they would have never seen them. I'd be rolling and rolling and rolling. And I'm trying to do the right thing now. They told me, talk to this man, code enforcement guy said, talk to this man, he'll tell you what to do.
Right.
That's why I applied for the land use permit.
Yeah, and I appreciate
I'm just trying to be legit, do
Understand.
things the right way.
Understand, and I appreciate you being here and your candor and being frank with what you're doing. That's all I have in terms of questions.
But I got one neighbor, and I don't disturb him. When I put up a building, I said, you don't care? He said, I don't care what you do. You're not bothering me none.
how much time does it take you to finish a bus?
If I'm on it every day, I can finish one in about 2 months.
All right, those are all the questions I have for you, unless some of my fellow colleagues do. Thank you.
Thank you.
John, can you provide staff's recommendation and what the rationale was for the recommendation?
The staff recommendation, Mr. Vice Chair, is to deny the request, and that's based on the code enforcement history. You know, this was an anonymous complaint, and we did get a letter from the city of Powder Springs strongly opposing the request.
Okay. All right.
I'm not inside the city.
Yeah, I understand.
Unless they want to annex me and give me all the privileges that the city people got. I don't think they got much to say about it.
Sir, we're not going to have comments from the audience.
I just think I work the audience.
Well, you're part of the audience now. We've heard your testimony. And just looking at the aerial map here, the property is adjacent to the city of Powder Springs. Did the city actually provide any written comments?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Build those condominiums and across the street.
Okay. Well, I think in reviewing this application and taking into account the city of Powder Springs' concerns about this, and that this was brought forward obviously through a code enforcement complaint, my recommendation for this board's considerations, that we recommend denial of the application based on the activity here occurring, that's occurring on the site that's not permitted. I'd be very concerned about 6 buses on the site here, the type of activity that takes place. This is sort of a gateway into the city of Powder Springs as well. So I think based on that, I would recommend denial of the application. And that would be my motion.
The second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay.
What kind of opportunity would there be to allow him to rectify the situation? Because it doesn't seem like that's something that could be done overnight, and he's midway through a project.
Good point. I think I'd be willing to give him 90 days to remove the buses, or let's say by the end of the year, by December 31st.
That's where my head was going, just an opportunity to do that. And probably a recommendation to engage a broker of some sort to support, look for a site.
So if I could have the applicant come back up real quick, sir. So I think where I'm kind of headed with this, and then thank my commissioners, what would be involved in having these buses removed from the property? And
One's almost complete.
Okay.
So I'll be getting rid of one of them soon, hopefully.
So then you'd be down to 5?
And one has the seats taken out of it. So that's the next one I would be doing. That one could be done by the end of the year. The others I just have to do something with. I won't be finished with them. I'll just have to move them.
Okay. So do you think, so one you said you're done with, you're just waiting to transport?
I'm almost finished with it. I was in a car wreck back in May. I got 2 herniated discs in my back. I'm going to have nerves burnt next week. I'm still receiving treatment from that.
Okay.
And waiting for a settlement from that. Somebody pulled out in front of me.
Understood.
So that put me behind on my buses. I would be on number 2 already. I couldn't touch it for 3 weeks. I couldn't get out of bed for 3 weeks.
So if we give you until the end of the year to sell
I can have all the buses gone.
you can have them all gone by the end
That's
of the
what
year?
y'all want, right?
Correct.
No problem.
Okay.
But what if I rectify the whatever's going on with the code enforcement? Why can't I be considered for the variant? So I have time to finish these buses and sell them. That's what the temporary is all about. Not necessarily trying to do it anymore. I didn't know I couldn't do it. That's why I bought them. I got these buses dirt cheap. I paid $3,800 for 2 of them.
So if,
That's why I bought the 6.
so you have sort of 4.5 done right now, it sounds like.
No, I have 1 done.
Yeah, 1 done. Well, yeah, 1 done and 5 more to go.
Right.
How much time is it going to take you to get those done?
If I could get a complete year, I could finish all of them and then make profit off of them instead of selling them off for just a little bit of money. I want to make something off of them anyway, just a little bit, but maybe 1,000 or 2, but that's about it. But if I can complete them, I'm making about a $40,000 profit per unit.
So 6 months? 6 months?
That's my life. I'll take 6 months if you give me 6 months. And what I don't have done, I'll get rid of. That's a whole lot better than December.
So let
I mean,
me
if y'all
amend-
can work with me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll find somewhere to put them and do what I have to do.
So I'll withdraw my motion. I'm withdrawing my motion. And we'll recommend approval of the land use permit for 6 months, during which time all buses either need to be sold or disposed of. So 6 months should give you adequate time to either finish them or dispose of them in that period. And that would be my motion.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I appreciate it.
Second.
Yes, we put that on consent as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? Yeah, Deborah, she did second, yeah. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, call the question. Motion passes 4-0.
All right. Hey, Jeannie, can you remind the applicant? Come back here in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing, okay? 16th? Yeah. Come back 16th at 9 a.m. and you're on consent, so you should be done within 30 minutes.
Early in the morning.
Yeah, come at 9
Yes.
o'clock.
I don't have to have all the attorneys in front of me.
No, no. All right. All right. Be here in 2 weeks at 9 o'clock, and we'll get you out by 9:30.
Okay, thank you, sir. Y'all have everyone.
17.
Hey, Mark? Yes, sir? It's the 17th.
17th?
Yeah. It's 2 weeks from today, whatever that is. Yeah. Let's see here.
That's why I looked at it last night. It says 16.
It should say 17 on it. So just double check it. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Next case.
Next case, sir.
Okay, LDP 23, Alfredo Diaz requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 485 of the 18th district. The property is located on the northwest side of Grinder Court, north of Ling Way. Is the applicant present? No. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 23? There's 2 people opposed, Mr. Vice Chairman, and the applicant is not present.
We want to, this is the first time we're hearing this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we know, have we been in contact with the applicant? Do they know to appear here today?
Yes, when he dropped off his application, he was given the sign and dates with the hearing date for today.
Okay. I know we have opposition here, and I don't, when they're here, they spend the time to come here, and so I'd like to hear from the opposition. If that's okay with the rest of the board. So I'd like to go ahead and conduct the hearing, at least hear the opposition.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If you could open up the hearing for the applicant, give them their 5 seconds to not be present, let's note they're not present, and then we'll open up the time for the opposition.
Thank you. We'll open up the hearing for land use permit 2023. The applicant present. All right, hearing and seeing that the applicant is not present, we'll now hear from the opposition.
Thank you. My name is Robin Meyer. I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We would recommend that you deny this application because the driveway for this home does not have room to park 5 cars. It would hold 4, but the 5th car would either need to be parked on the grass, on the street, and this is not a particularly wide subdivision street, or some of the very small front yard would have to be converted to additional driveway. I would also note that the home already has a 2-car garage, so it's not as if there is insufficient parking in this neighborhood generally. So we would ask that you would recommend denial of this application.
Thank you. I think rather than moving forward with this, I would like to give the applicant at least give them 30 days to come show before this body and share their perspective on why they're applying for the land use permit and why the additional vehicles are needed. So based on that, I'd like to recommend we hold this case for 30 days. That'd be my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Motion passes 4-0. John, next case, or actually amendments.
We're done with our cases on the rezoning agenda. We do have one other business item to consider amendments to Chapter 134 of the Official Code of Cobb County, which is the zoning code. So if it's okay with the board, I'll go ahead and get started on that.
Yeah, if you go ahead and start reviewing those amendments.
And we got some slides for you here. And the staff did send those out to you at the beginning of September, and I think mid-September to review. And I think you did talk about these at the work session last week. Next slide. Yeah, right there. So these code amendments are 3 different amendments. The first one is to add a definition, or actually to add state licensed esthetician to the definition of professional office. And we're doing that because several times a year we do get requests from estheticians to locate near dermatologists, and they're normally in professional office parks. So this is just an attempt to get 2 like uses kind of together. So that's why the staff's proposing we put estheticians in the definition of professional offices. Would the board like to go through all the amendments first, or go through the 3 and talk about the 3 as we go through them?
What's the pleasure of the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my ignorance, there is a state license for this position, right?
Correct.
So it is recognized as a profession under the Georgia Code?
Yes, and they have to go through at least 1,000 hours of training to get their state license.
Okay. All right.
Would you all prefer to go through all 3 of these, or do you want to stop and ask questions? It's the pleasure. Okay. We'll continue on, John.
Okay. Then the second part of the proposed code amendments are just some clarifications to the charts. And we did send you the charts, and they're kind of hard to read because the change is so tiny on the charts. We're just removing a little circle that designates if something was discontinued or not. So if you look on the slide that's on your screen, this is actually a better way to look at it. So we're amending the bulk regulations to ensure that certain zoning districts in the table match up to the written text in each district. R12 was put back into the code by the board in 2015. RA4 was put back into the code by the board in 2015 also. RA6 was put back into the code by the board in 2013. And RM16 was put back into the code by the board in 2012. And this is just clarifying, we're taking out the little circle symbol that designates that they are not permitted to be applied for, but they actually are allowed to be applied for. So that's the only addition to those 4 sections.
Gotcha.
So we're just matching up the chart to the written code.
Gotcha.
All right. And then the last one is we're amending section 134-266 regarding gasoline pumps and canopies. And for this section, we're trying to get ahead of the curve on EV charging stations because they're starting to pop up more and more. And we've had a couple of incidents in East Cobb and West Cobb where a property owner wanted to put up a large bank of charging stations. And normally charging stations are pretty easy if they're onesies and twosies, but when they get to be 15 or 20 at a time, it gets, the view shed becomes kind of distracting to the motorists and adjacent nearby neighbors. So here, we're, and the EV charging station code proposal is in 3 different parts. The first part is for 4 or less charging stations. Here, we're going to require a minimum of 20 feet from the side or rear property line, and it cannot be in the front setback or any required buffers. We're going to require that they be located next to the same or more intense zoning category, no reader boards visible from the street, and downcast lighting. The second part is covers 5 more charging stations. So if a person wants to put in 5 more charging stations on a non-residential property, they would need to go to the Board of Commissioners as another business item to have a site plan approved, which shows the location, and then it would show lighting, landscaping, and things like that. And we just want to clarify that when they put in these large banks of charging stations, they can't take any required parking. And then the third part of it is just really a clarification regarding your own personal charging station on your property. And we're just, the staff proposing that a maximum of 1 charging station per residential property be exempted from this, because we are seeing them pop up in garages. And we do realize this may have to be amended in the future to allow 2 charging stations within the garage, because some people may have 2 cars. Right. So, these are the, this is really a first blush, Mr. Vice Chair and Board, just trying to get ahead of the curve on charging stations.
All right.
And that does it for all the code amendments proposed for Chapter 134.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll open up a public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam, and I will be presenting why ECCA supports the code amendment for charging stations. Today, charging stations can go in any zoning category without staff or community review for location on the property, lighting, or removal of parking spots. These stations operate 24/7 and are unattended. The pictures I'm showing you exist today on less than a mile stretch of Johnson Ferry Road. These are the most common types of stations seen today. It takes about 2 hours for cars to fully charge at the station. However, here is one at a Shell station. It's about 10 feet tall, as is demonstrated by the light standard, has a digital sign and solar panels. This sits on the side property line. Here are stations with digital signs on each side of the station at Park Air. Both types of stations with digital signs are permitted along a public street or next to a residence today. Next are the superchargers, taking less time to charge a car. Along with the 6-foot-plus tall charging stations, they have 7.5-foot tall utility cabinets that power and control the units. Here are 5 located at our target that handle all EVs. Some manufacturers want their stations to be seen by the public. Tesla installed 5 stations in the avenues of West Cobb's buffer legally. In the avenues of East Cobb, they installed 8 stations with 2 utility cabinets along Roswell Road. Please note that the Tesla logo is easily visible to passing traffic. While the ACC did get stipulations allowing for screening and darkening of the Tesla logo, it has been problematic to enforce these. A Tesla representative has stated that their new minimum number for charging station installations is 12. Please note that currently only 2 types of EVs can charge at these stations. Universal plugs are not currently available, and a different charging station would be required for other cars. Finally, here is an installation that exists in District 2 along the Interstate North Parkway off Windy Hill. 12 6.5-foot tall Tesla charging stations, 3 7.5-foot tall utility cabinets, all visible from Interstate North Parkway. And here it is at night. This picture is not altered. The light spillage is that bright onto the property. Finally, the intent of this code is not to prohibit charging stations, but to make sure that their installation does not affect the surrounding area with light, decreased availability of parking, or usurping the sign ordinance. The intent of the restriction for residentially zoned property was meant for freestanding external charging stations only, not like this that you can install in your garage. It was not stated that way in the code, and we would not oppose that change. ECCA recommends the approval of this amendment with the above changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? All right, we'll close the public hearing. And it's back.
May I ask a question? With respect to those charging stations, is there any grandfathering provision for folks that already have existing
Yes,
facilities?
yes. It
Where-
would be
where is it?
grandfathered prior to the board's approval.
Okay, is that contained in this code section?
It's in other parts of the county code that if the code changes and you're already vested with a use, then you get to keep that use.
Okay. Is that a legal opinion? Mr. Johnson?
If the code changes, anything that was in prior to those code changes would be allowable and grandfathered.
So the prior existing use will not be prohibited by this code section. That's the intent, is that right?
I believe that is the intent, yes. I mean, I don't think that we would be changing code or recommending to change the code and then prohibit whatever has been allowed already once we make the change. But the zoning division might have a better answer as to the intent.
Well, I might just include something in whatever we're gonna, whatever our motion might be.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question for John, or a question or two regarding fire. You know, I've just heard anecdotally about people's garages or houses burning to the ground while they were charging up a car. And I was just curious about whether any thought was given in the process of coming up with these codes for whether that's a significant risk, whether that's something that occurs with any frequency, whether that was something that was considered here.
It's not an occurrence that happens all the time. You know, I don't really see that in the news or, you know, in articles locally or nationally. I'm sure it does happen from time to time, but it's not a big concern. And, you know, if you want to, Commissioner Boyd, we can make the fire department part of the review process when he's coming for permitting.
Yeah, that'd be good. In the meantime, though, we're really worried mostly today about the commercial stations. You're just doing a one-off exception for the home charging station, right? So,
Correct.
What about commercial stations? What kind of issues, if any, have we had with those?
What kind of issues have we had with those?
Right. I mean, have we had any?
Well, it's really,
major
it's more
fire issues?
of an aesthetic issue with the lighting and the signage that we've seen.
Yeah.
We've seen it both in East Cobb and West Cobb.
I see that's been well addressed. That's why I was just curious if there was any known history of problems with fires.
No, there's been no safety problems regarding fires or
Okay.
things like that.
Thank you.
John, my only question or recommendation would be making a distinction between fast charge, also known as DC charging stations, and non-fast charge ones. The reason being is that there's in the code recommendations, like for 5 chargers and above, DCs are ones where people go in and they come out in about half an hour, 45 minutes. AC are ones where you have more of a risk of a car just idling and staying there overnight. To me, that's something where, just like if you park your car in a lot overnight, you're at risk of getting towed. I'd say this because the charging standards are also changing in a year, and all those Tesla chargers will be usable with Fords and other cars and devices in about a year because of a deal that those companies had worked out to increase the availability of charging stations. So my recommendation would be to have a definition for direct charge, or DC versus non-DC, or call it fast charge. And ideally, I would think the restrictions on the fast charge should be different from those that are ones that will be kind of slower rate charging. The fast charge are the ones that were shown by the Target Center, the EVgo, and the Teslas, and some of the other charging stations, I believe, are slow charge. So I know it's a work in progress, but I think that that distinction between those two charging typologies is important, because there's a difference between a car staying there for 45 minutes versus a car staying there for four hours. That would be my recommendation. And the technology is about to change too.
So it sounds like we've got at least 3 potential recommendations here. I'm hearing some additional clarification about grandfathering the existing chargers that are already in existence, clarification of that. And then Commissioner Anderson's recommendation that we include a definition that distinguishes DC chargers versus non-DC chargers. And then Commissioner Boulogne has offered up some, perhaps a window into having fire review these applications, fire department review these applications. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yes, and my clarification just on DC is ideally we'd have an opportunity for staff to break out a recommendation as to how the regulation should be different for DC versus non-DC, because again, I just think they're fundamentally different usage patterns. So that would be my recommendation on that one.
I can't recognize you. Go ahead, if that's okay. Yeah.
Jill Flam again for East Cobb Civic Association. And just for clarification, I am an EV driver for 9 years. I have a 9-year-old electric vehicle. With regard to charging stations that go in your garage, first of all, there is no application necessary. What you need is a 40 amp plug put into your garage, which means you have to find 40 amp circuit breaker on your current breaker panel, and then have an electrician be able to pull that cable up. So now if you're requiring an application to put a charging station in a garage, that is totally different than what is currently done today. And Commissioner Anderson, I'd love to talk to you about your view of what's happening, because there are EVs out on the road that, for example, mine's 9 years old. There's going to have to be a universal plug. It doesn't matter if Nissan decides that they're going to use a Tesla plug. Until Tesla comes out with a universal plug, I will never be able to use their charging station. And there are Nissans out there today that will never be able to use the high superchargers because of the way the original Nissan came out. So I'd love to have a conversation with you about this in the future. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Can I just provide some further comments on my grandfathering question? I mean, it's a dual question. One is if this code provision would mean that these things are grandfathered, it may be that there are some aspects of these sections that shouldn't be. So if the lights and things are safety issues, it seems to me that you might want to say that these uses are grandfathered for a certain period of time, but current folks might need to come in compliance with the safety factor issues of it within a certain other period of time. Otherwise, you're going to have people with old technology out there for a really long time, and you're not going to be able to enforce it. So I just think that there's a creative way to address it so that you don't have confusion and somebody saying, well, mine's been here forever and you can't touch it. So just as long as we're being thinking progressively, I think that's something that should be taken into consideration. If that doesn't make sense, I'm happy to clarify.
Well, we're here just waiting for your recommendation, Commissioner Dance.
Okay, well, let me just try one more time. So, I mean, must be installed at least 20 feet from the side or rear property line. Okay, so that would be something that could be grandfathered because you're probably not going to be able to move it, but, and the setback as well. But no reader boards are allowed if visible from the street. Perhaps they should be given a time, a property that's grandfathered should be given a compliance time to come into compliance if that's an issue.
And the reason why we put that one in there is that's the same exact provision that's in the sign code that applies to reader boards at restaurants. If you can't see it from the street, then it doesn't count.
Well, and I think it's a good provision. I'm just saying that if it's a safety factor that you want to provide for, just think through them. Lighting for charging stations must be downlighting designed not to spill over onto neighboring property. There ought to be a way that you could enforce that and not always allow that to continue to be grandfathered. You see what I'm saying? If somebody's current thing spills onto somebody else's property, you ought to be able to enforce it. And if you're saying that this means forever and always they can spill onto somebody else's property, perhaps you need a provision that says, as for 1E.
And I see where you're going, Commissioner Dance, but the way our grandfathering code is written is you're allowed to keep it forever as long as it is the same forever.
I understand. Now, I'm going to offer you a legal perspective, and that is what is in the whole can be broken out in here. It can say, as to provision 1E, you know, with a reason, as for provision 1E, if such downlighting spills over onto neighboring property and is a safety issue, then that grandfathering might not exist. You can talk to your counsel. I'm just telling you my perspective. And my perspective is that I would recommend the discussion happen about that point.
Staff's recommendation?
Staff's recommendation is to approve the amendments as they're written.
And it sounds like we've got some.
Mr. Chair, perhaps what we could do is to forward that up to the Board of Commissioners with comments from us as to 3 additional things that they may wish to inquire into.
Yeah, and that's exactly correct, Commissioner Boyne. You know, your job is to make a recommendation to the board. It may be with what the staff's proposing, or it may be something different or amending what staff proposed. You know, it's just like you do for zonings. You know, sometimes it's the same, sometimes it's not.
So let me suggest to the 3 of y'all, since you all 3 have some specific observations with respect to the code amendments. Is there enough? Can you craft something at least quickly here that will serve as comments that we can offer up as a recommendation for the Board of Commissioners' consideration?
Well, would our comments, the same as Jill's comments, not serve as points in this public hearing that the board could take note of? And particularly since you've already summarized them?
If I captured them accurately, you guys, if you're comfortable with that, then that's fine. I didn't know if if we needed to flesh them out a little bit more.
Okay, if you'll give me 3 minutes on mine.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I mean, I'd just like to know where kind of the baseline verbiage kind of came from, just if there was any study or anything that informed that, because I think there's a difference between definitionally, but just saying add a definition with no distinction just is kind of a moot thing to add. So if there's any analysis you've had, or particularly around those instances where there's been complaints, that kind of informed the language that was provided as a first cut, I'd welcome hearing about that. Like, how'd you come up with it? What was the basis for it? And
Okay, and I can provide a little bit of background on that. And this did come up through the development process. We had an incident in East Cobb, an incident in West Cobb, and then we know there's a bank of large charging stations off Wendy Hill Road. So through those discussions that probably started at the end of last year, beginning of this year, we worked with East Cobb Civic and the elected officials to come up with this code section just to try to address their concerns regarding the adverse effects these large banks have on adjacent nearby properties. And, if you want to put a comment in there regarding AC and DC, you can, but the amendment's really geared towards how they look, not how they operate. Because what we don't want to see are large, bright charging stations that distract people and may hurt property values.
as long as it's related to like just aesthetics around it, I think I'm fine for that. I think that the definition just more so. I'll go ahead and just take a minute and see the definition because that's where it kind of creates a cutoff for me in terms of what's required.
And as I said, Commissioner Anderson, this is our first swipe at this type of thing. So it may get changed next year or the year before or the year after. But this is just our first attempt to try to address this issue that we've had complaints about.
Okay, great, thank you.
As to mine, there's nothing that needs to be crafted or drafted. It's just a function of, I think, fire. Our fire folks should be consulted regarding whether there's any additional constraints that they will think are necessary or beneficial for the public safety.
Okay, so Robin, we just want to add a note from Commissioner Bloin that he wants the county staff to look at including fire in the permitting process.
Okay.
Okay, so my recommendation is that consideration be given to whether the recommended provisions, any of the recommended provisions, should be modified so as to exempt them from grandfathering and to allow enforcement of the provisions that are safety related and would be beneficial and in the interest of public safety. Do we understand that?
Perfect.
Duly noted. And Commissioner Anderson, I just want to be clear, were you coming up with something from a definitional standpoint, or were you?
I'm rereading it, and it is, I think the language is, maybe this distinction is more around, since there's no language here around like hours of operation or security requirements or specific zoning categories. I think right now it works as is because it's really just how it looks and just lighting and safety. So after rereading it, I'd probably defer because I don't have anything additive for this particular language around the distinction between direct fast charge and non-fast charge. I'd have to honestly just research it more and talk with staff. Okay. I don't want to hold up the process with that since it's not even touching on that right now.
Okay. So I think where we are at this point is a motion to recommend approval of these recommendations subject to comments from our planning commissioners, Commissioner Dance and Commissioner Beloin. And that's is that a motion? All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any additional discussion? Call the question. Motion approves 4-0. All right, a couple of housekeeping things to do real quick. We'll need a motion to approve the zoning hearing minutes for September 5th. It should be the purple sheet that you have. Are there any questions, changes to those minutes for September 5th? We need a motion.
Move to approve the September 5th Planning Commission minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion approves 4-0. And then minutes of the special call meeting and work session, September 25th, Cobb County Planning Commission.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yep, sorry.
Call the question. Motion approves 4-0, and we are now adjourned.